Hi, this is Sanjay Singh. Can you hear?
Sanjay? Yeah, Sanjay. Yeah, absolutely fine. So,
Yeah, fine. Because I was just trying to make sure because I couldn't hear.
no, I
So,
was just just trying to utilize the time, just putting through some comments there. So yeah, so
okay,
we'll get started in another 4 minutes.
okay, perfect. So
Perfect.
just I need to introduce quickly because it's my first class.
Okay.
I couldn't join last two class, and but I have received your recorded voice,
Yes.
and I'll go through. And just recently, 2 days before, I have joined this IMCC for this.
Okay.
Even I have taken whole package for up to Master Black Belt.
Okay.
Uh, okay, so okay, we'll keep in touch now.
Sure. Sure.
Okay. So
Sure.
please.
Thanks. Thanks, Sanjay.
Okay. Okay. Bye.
Good morning, Om Prakash here.
Hi, Mr. Om Prakash. How are you?
Fine.
Well, very good morning to everyone. I guess afternoon, depending on where we are. But yes, a happy New Year to everyone. Uh, so we'll get started in another 3 minutes. Just waiting for other participants to join in.
Happy New Year to you and other colleagues and other students. Thank you.
Perfect. Perfect. All right. All right. So it's time. I guess we can get started. Other participants will join in due course of time. So again, would like to wish everyone a very happy New Year and a safe one. Uh, so yes, continuing from where we left the last session, we briefly discussed about the basic statistics that we need to learn in order to perform various statistical analysis and to interpret them. So briefly, kind of just going through what we covered in the stats part of it. First of all, we discussed about the different types of data that we can have. So we talked about the continuous data, we talked about discrete data or the attribute data, uh, and then the different types of discrete data also. Then we talked about the analysis, like different based on the data, we perform analysis, and like there are two primary categories in which we can differentiate the analysis. One is to find the center of the data, which is central, we refer as central tendency of the data. And we have three different methods to find the center. One is the mean, which is the average. We talked about the median, which is again the center of the data, but the positional center. We discussed about when to use mean and when to use median based on the data. If the data is normal, we look at mean of the data. If the data is non-normal, we look at median of the data. And how do we check that it's normal or non-normal? We have already discussed that we perform the test, which is Anderson-Darling normality test. And looking at the p-value, we decide if it's normal or it's non-normal. Again, coming back to p-value, we will be discussing that in detail as we get into the analyze phase, because it's all about p-value. Every statistical test that you will do, will give you p-value. So we'll understand that in detail, and why we comparing with 0.05, why not something else. We'll talk about that. For now, just keep this in mind, because this will get repeated any which ways, because when we talk about statistical tests, we'll need to understand that in like from the base, like absolute base. We talked about this, the spread of the data. We study that by range, variance. Standard deviation becomes more of a standard unit for checking the variation in the data. This is generally when we talk about variation, we technically always refer nowadays standard deviation as a metric to study variation. Having said that, we also use range, we also use variance, and then we talk about quartiles. Now, quartiles basically we use them on a graphical plot, which is box plot, and it will be predominantly used along with some of the statistical tests that we'll be learning. So we use the data to understand how box plots work, and this can be used on be it normal data, non-normal data. It's one of the favorite tool of all the management professionals nowadays. So graphically, it helps you to kind of understand without getting into data specific. The image itself is self-explanatory when we use box plots. It will come in handy. Again, it'll get repeated when we get into analyze phase. When we perform the test, we'll be using box plot as a complementary chart to support the statistical analysis. Now, post that, we discussed about the different types of statistics we deal with. One is the descriptive statistics, which is all about data analysis, the historical data analysis. We work with sample in this case. And from there on, we talked about the inferential statistics, which is about predicting the future, analytics, you forecasting something based on the sample estimate, sample like analysis, you end up using inferential statistics. Now, for that, we need to have a basic understanding of three terms, which is confidence level, confidence interval, and margin of error. These three terms will come in picture when we use the sample size calculation formula, like it will show up. So pretty much okay, I like Sanjay. What I'll do is I will be sharing, like for everyone else. Like I did email that the like entire and just list of the files and templates, everything. But yes, I will share the WeTransfer link right here, like when we take the break, so you can download everything that we have kind of worked on till now. So you will be able to click on it; it'll get downloaded. So that will take care of it. So I'll make a note of this. But yes, going forward, you will be receiving all the updates from the IMC team, and that's how, like, just to kind of avoid, because some people participants join in between. So just want to avoid any confusion so that nobody misses out. Going forward, any communication that you will be getting from like regarding the notes or anything, I'll be sharing with IMC team, and they will in turn share it with everyone else, so that nobody is left out. So we don't have to do back and forth with that. Now, coming back to these three terms, which we definitely will be using in a moment. But yes, just to kind of give a very high level like idea about these things. Confidence level, whenever we took an example of the office travel time, that I recorded my travel time from my home to my office for say good 20 days, 30 days, 50 days, whatever, some time period. And I found that my average time of office reporting is about 24 minutes. Now we just start, like we just kind of recapping, Sayed. So we're trying to predict what will be my journal office reporting time. So we talked about these three terms, like, and that's where it got used. So we sort of predicted, like, okay, well, I will reach my office somewhere between 22 minutes to 26 minutes. But yes, generally a question: how confident are you about the prediction that you will reach office in 22 to 26 minutes. So, sort of, these are just vague figures. I'm sort of 50% confident. Well, it might, I might reach early or I might reach later than 26 minutes. 50% of the time, I would sort of reach between like these time intervals. What if I increase my time band limit, say from 20 minutes to 28 minutes? Uh, I'm sort of more confident because I have like long range to work with. So I'm sort of 90% confident that most of the 90% of the time, I will reach office between 20 to 28 minutes. Yeah, 10% of the time, I can be early or I can be late. Similarly, we expanded that to 95%, 99%. Bottom line, what we're trying to understand here is the term confidence level. Whenever you look at a sample, like say 30 days travel time, that was sample that you can calculate average, count, mean, median, anything you want to calculate about that, which is descriptive. Now, when you want to predict about something as a which is about the overall travel time every time, you are going to predict at certain level of confidence. We talked about three major confidence levels, which is what is used to predict the future. So 90% rarely used by some companies, 95% is standard, which is used by everyone technically, barring few industries like aviation, pharma, where they're critical industries. There's life and death situation. They cannot afford to go wrong. So they have to be really, really confident. So they go for a 99% confidence level. Now, why can't everyone choose for a higher confidence level? Simply because when you go for higher confidence level, your sample size will increase substantially. And when we do sample size calculation, we will see that it will increase. As you need to be more confident, you need to give more data to get more confidence for that. Having said that, when we predict, we get a range. This range is called confidence interval. And now it is a function of from the average, whatever you got, how much of plus and minus you're taking. Here, we were taking plus and minus 2 minutes as margin of error. So 24 minus 2 minutes, 24 plus 2 minutes. Here I was working with margin of error of 4 minutes, which is 24 minus 4 minutes, 24 plus 4 minutes. So plus minus as the margin of error. Now, the bottom line we were trying to understand here is when we predict at certain confidence level, we get a range. I'm not happy with this big range. I need a very, very compact range at high confidence level. To get this kind of accuracy at a high confidence level, again, you have to give more samples because it is going to give you a very, very big range. But yes, you need more accuracy, then you got to get more data to get this kind of accuracy. So bottom line, two things we talked about. One, if you increase the confidence level, your sample size will increase. If you reduce the margin of error, you will need more samples to get that kind of accuracy. And we will look at the formula. It will be self-explanatory when you look at the formula, but just have an idea. What is confidence level? What is confidence interval, which is the range? And margin of error is plus minus from the mean. That's how the confidence interval gets created. Now, we'll get started with the measure phase today, and pretty much this all this we discussed will get used here in the sample size calculation. But first thing first, you've completed your define phase, you stepped into measure phase, your team is ready, your project is officially started, the management has wants you to kind of fix the business problem, any business problem, a quality related issue, time related issue, profit, cost, any business problem that you're kind of dealing with Six Sigma project. And so you know your business problem. At this stage, what do you have at this stage? I know my business problem. That's all. At the end of define phase, my business problem is known to me, which is what I will refer as why. Always, when we talk about business problem, we refer that as why. In the first session, we talked about y is function of x. Y is a function of x. So y is is an outcome of various x's. Various x's. These could be x1, x2. What are these x's? There are various factors which make the y. So technically, these y x's combine together and give you an outcome, like the business, whatever the business metric you are trying to improve. It is an outcome of various factors. If these factors starts behaving awkwardly, there's some problem in these x's, your y will start giving you a problem. You will not like the y. There will be a problem in the y, which is the business metric. Now, if you want to fix the problem, you can't fix that superficially. You need to find which one which one of those root causes are impacting the business problem, and fix that root cause so that you can fix the problem from the root, not just superficially. Now, first thing we would like to understand, what are those possible causes? Now, first I need to know which possible causes are. I know my problem, but what are those possible reasons why I may be facing a business problem? So we use fishbone diagram. We call it as Ishikawa diagram also, and we call it as cause and effect diagram. So again, different names given to the same thing. It helps us understand what are the different ways we can, like, could be the different reasons why I'm facing a business problem. Now, the reason why we call it as fishbone diagram, because it looks like a skeleton of a fish. Ishikawa was the name of the person who who introduced this model, so it was named after him. And the reason why it's known as cause and effect diagram, because it shows you this relationship, causes and the effect, y and x relationship. This y is function of x. That relationship is seen when you create a fishbone diagram. So multiple names for the same thing. Now, having said that, uh, when we will be studying about 7 QC tools in the analyze phase, 7 QC tools is something which we'll learn. There's 7 quality control tools, and this is one of them. So we'll be left with 6 more. So first one we are studying right now. So this will fishbone by default will get repeated in improve phase also. We'll know why and like when it will get repeated. But for now, let's just kind of get started with the fishbone. Now, this gentleman Ishikawa, as per him, like when we used, if there is any business problem, he concluded that there could be 6 major reasons, 6 reasons because of which you could face a business problem. You want to know the possible reasons, possible causes. It could be either because of a man-related problem, that means people-related problem, machine-related problem, method-related problem, material-related problem, measurement-related problem, or mother nature. So as for him, any problem, any business problem which you're trying to fix, the possible reasons for the business problem could be coming from these 6 M's. Now, 6M is the original version. So 6M, man, machine, method, material, measurement, and mother nature. So pick up any business problem, try to find out, use brainstorming sessions, use subject matter experts, look at historical data, and conduct surveys, whatever you want to do, various sources. Technically, the process experts, the subject matter experts will get together. We'll look at historical trend. Data will be a source. Through various sources, we'll start brainstorming as to why we're facing a business problem. And when we figure out a possible problem, we'll try to find out, is it a man related problem or a machine related problem, method, material, whatever may be the reason. We'll put that in that particular segment. So we're going to use Minitab to create this fishbone to get started. Let me go back to Minitab. I hope everyone, oh, well, I'll explain that mother nature for sure. Like I'm just going back one, like, so man is people related problem. Machine is like if you're using any machine, that could be a problem. Method is process, the way you do things. The process could be a problematic process. We have not analyzed, or the way we do it. That could be a faulty process. The material is self-explanatory. The material is faulty. It's not of good quality. That could be a problem. Measurement is the way you are calculating your business problem, the way you're measuring it, that measurement, the technique could be a problem. Mother nature is environmental factors, uncontrollable factors, things which are beyond your control will be a part of mother nature. Now, we, like a lot of people use like various tools, like you have people create this on PowerPoint, people create this on Visio. There are a lot of tools to create fishbone diagram, but I would prefer Minitab because that's it's very handy to do it on minute. So I will type in, I can copy paste it here also. I can directly type in here, man, machine, method, material, measurement, and mother nature. Now, this sort of works like an Excel. Like you can type in here. Now, keep this in mind, the gray area. This is the gray area on the top here. This is for heading, any heading. When you write something, there's a header. So this is for the heading. The actual data will come in the white section, this numbered section sort of thing. So we have to pick up a business problem. And for that business problem, we'll sort of do some sort of the brainstorming, quick brainstorming session just to understand how to construct a fishbone diagram. Now, we were talking about that restaurant example where we like say take an example. There is a restaurant and the management is really concerned about high waiting time. Now, which with the high waiting time I'm referring to is order like the moment the customer has placed the order and the customer is waiting for the food to be served on the table because there is an excessively high waiting time. The customers are unhappy. That is impacting your customer satisfaction scores. People don't want to come to your restaurant. Any business problem. So we're just trying to take an example. So high waiting time is my business problem, which we're trying to fix. Now, what could be possible reasons why we may have very high waiting time? And keep this in mind, this waiting time I'm talking about just when the customer has placed the order and waiting for the food to be served on the table. Why there could be a high waiting time? Please unmute yourself or use the chat option, and please do tell me the possible reason which you think could be impacting the high waiting time. And if you're telling that, please do mention, is it a man related problem, a machine related method, or whatever it is? Anything that comes to your mind, why there could be a high waiting time?
बोलो.
Yes, tell me. What could be the possible reason why we may have short of servants, like basically the staff, like short of staff? So it's people related problem, and it can go into two different ways. Well, let me just mention shortage of staff. So
For
Festival
mother
season, too
nature,
much crowd.
it can be.
okay, I'm sorry, I didn't get that clearly.
Festival season, too much of crowd.
Absolutely, yes. So, yeah, so keep this in mind. One thing can go in two different places also, and it will mean differently. Just want to make sure that we understand the basic essence of it. Shortage of staff is we actually telling you there is less number of people. So, like because there is orders and there are not enough people, there is a delay. So that is man-related problem, yes. And this could go into measurement also. Why? Because we did not do proper estimation of forecasting or planning of resources. The way we assessed or did our maths to understand how many people are required, that is faulty. So this one thing can go into two different places also, depending on what are you trying to like project here. So it could have different meanings. Absenteeism we talked about here. Absenteeism here, pardon me for spelling if I'm kind of messing up with this. Mother nature is festivals, so you cannot control festival. But bottom line, if there are a lot of people who will just step in, probably there's a birthday party, or like you don't know, well, you can't control that. There are a lot of people will just come in. Communication, I will say, put this into method related problem. So lack of communication is what is causing the like, okay, well, the order taking process is a problem. Order taking process, why? Probably I have taken the order from you, and I, instead of delivering that order to the kitchen, I move on to the next table and then next table. The person is still waiting. So yes, lack of technology. I'll put
How,
this into machine or
how
what?
about cooking fresh?
Yeah, cooking fresh would be the process. So it's a fine dine restaurant. So lack of technology. I'll say put this in machine, like computer related. Lack of technology. So
New staff or chef.
okay, new. Okay, perfect. Not enough cookware. Not enough cookware. uh, Layout issue would be mother nature. Layout, the way we have designed the entire restaurant, it's like zigzag. It takes a lot of time to kind of uh, go to the like kitchen area. So new staff who is not well versed with the policies, procedures. Delayed stocks would be material, say. Delayed stocks, I'll say put this frequent breakdowns of machines, outdated machines. We have not invested in machines. We're still using outdated machines which do not have the capacity to give that like produce or cook at higher rate. So and they keep breaking up. So we have to. There is a delay.
Too many
There's a
order of single item.
yes, yes. So that will be too, like it's beyond your control. You can't control that. So too many orders, you don't have a control over that. Measurement, like probably the way we like we have do not have the right like method of measuring the quantity of the things, and that could be a problem. So the way we measure the raw material measurement, or like or the cooking time measurement, like, the process is not standardized, and there's a way we measure it, it's faulty. The temperature for how long we should cook, that is yeah, absolutely. So shortage of fuel, so shortage of fuel, and say here I can put in
Lack of time.
yes, lack of time. Where do you want to put that? mm,
Measurement.
Measurement, uh, with when you say lack of time, with what reference are you saying, like
What again?
like when you say lack of time,
Mhm.
when you say lack of time, is like with reference to what, like people do not have enough time, like or like how, what when we say lack of time, what are we talking about, like is the other chef is not, they don't have time, or like probably the like I'm just trying to understand like where to put that.
There is
Okay,
a measurement.
okay. So bottleneck in the processing, order processing, so we lack of order taking process, sort of probably order processing is the order taking and order execution process. So thanks, this is order processing is also faulty. So we will kind of get down. See, bottom line is objective is to kind of understand how to do it. There'll be a lot of, in a real world, you will sit through like properly, you'll get into a meeting room, you'll sit down, brainstorm, look at historical trend, historical figures, data, based on your experience, use subject matter experts to get down with a list of long list of problems. Now, one thing as a ground rule, keep this in mind, the way we did it, we should never ever do it, and I did not want to point out, because so that it keeps, we always get this in mind, like we should never do this the way we did it. Always remember, whenever we are doing a fishbone diagram, we should always start with one bone at a time, fishbone sort of thing, one thing at a time, and it should follow a round robin technique of brainstorming. Now let me tell you what is that. First of all, psychologically, again, this is proven that when we not structured the way we think, we not structured, then our ideas will go into 10 different directions, and then we would not be able to generate enough ideas. So it's very important that the entire team is focused, and we just sit down and brainstorm for one thing at a time. So the entire team starts talking about, like, what are man related problem, people related challenge, let's list down. Just go on and on with just one problem till you're done with the man related problem. Now, how do we do it? Say there are five people sitting in a room and you're doing this brainstorming session. Some people by nature are very, very vocal. They will always have a solutions of something to share. Some people are submissive, will not speak up. That doesn't mean they're dumb. No, absolutely not. They have great ideas and we do not want to lose them. So what we do is we follow a round robin technique in a brainstorming session, where you are the one who's managing the session. You don't let people take charge of the session. So what you do is you go to the first person, you tell, okay, you share. This person say has five different ideas to share. Please wait, give me one. You move on to the second person, take one idea. Third person, another idea. Fourth person, fifth person. Once you're done with everyone, then go back to the first person. That should be the right way, or the only way brainstorming should be done, in order to make sure that everyone gets covered, and it's controlled. See, you know the reason why you're doing it. Some people will control the session, then the entire essence of doing the brainstorming will be lost. So it's very important, always go one person at a time and one bone at a time. That's how the brainstorming should be done. So once you're done with every man related problem, then move on to machine related problem, then method. That should be the right way. Bottom line, you will have a long list of problems with you. Now, one thing we got to keep in mind, never ever discourage anyone. There's no idea which is stupid idea. Trust, there is no, and we have to get this clear from the very beginning, because you are the one who's leading the session. You will be the one who will set the ground rules for the session. Tell everyone, well, we we don't want anyone to counter anything here. This we don't be judgmental that this is right and this is wrong. Don't get into that habit, because we want to get out of the traditional mindset of saying this is right and this is wrong. Every idea is a great idea unless it's tested and checked and verified. We would like to welcome every idea. We'll collect the data. We will check this statistically whether it's a real problem or not a problem. But before that, we do not want to. So, okay. So we will like to check this and then come to a conclusion whether it's a good idea or it's a bad idea. But before that, never get into have a preconceived notion that this is right and this is wrong. So please welcome everyone, but encourage everyone to participate and never be judgmental about anything, and don't let people come up with ideas. Keep this in mind. There's nothing called right and wrong. Every idea is welcome. So you'll have a long list in a real project. Yeah, you may get 25, 30 possible causes. Yes, we don't have a clarity which one, but yes, there are possible causes. People who have been working in this process, they understand that there is some problem, and based on their understanding, their experience, they're sharing those ideas. Let's respect them. That's how it is. Now you get your long list of possible causes. How do we go with fish one? So stats, we go to quality tools, and then we have this cause and effect. Look at this fish, sort of skeleton of fish, cause and effect diagram. So I click on this cause and effect diagram. Now, that's how it will open up another box. Now, these are labels which are editable. Again, it honestly doesn't make any difference, but I would like to keep it the way it is, like man machine sort of thing. So I'll edit them. I'll double click here, delete it. I'll make it man, personnel with reference to man, and rest environment, like its environmental factors doesn't make any difference, but yes, I'd like to keep it standard, mother nature. So it's editable. Now these are the labels, not the mic. Like, so what I have to do is match or map this data with these labels. How do we do it? Please keep a note of the count of clicks what we are going with. I need man mapped with man. So how do I do it? I click here where I need the data here. There's nothing showing up here right now. I click here once, one click. The moment I click, I'll start seeing the data which is showing up here. So first click here, and I need man here. So double click the man, it'll come here. Now I need machine in front of machine. So I click here, one click, double click the machine. Material, I will double click the material. Method, double click the method. Measurement, double click the measurement. Mother nature, double click the mother nature. So all that sheet data is linked with these labels now. That's my causes, the problems, possible problems. What is the effect? What is the problem we are dealing with? High waiting time. That's the business problem we're dealing with. We're trying to focus on this business problem. And these are the possible reasons. You want to give a chart to this title, the title to this chart? Yeah, you can give it. So high waiting time for, so say fishbone diagram, just kind of fishbone diagram for say ABC restaurant waiting time. So whatever you want to give it, like if uh, you just click on it, it will make your fishbone diagram. Now that's how your fishbone diagram looks like. Double click it, it'll come here. Now, first thing first, any output that you get from Minitab is completely editable. So you don't like the color, you don't like the font, you can change it. Again, so, well, I don't say, for example, I don't like this color. So I double click here anywhere, and then you have the options of custom coloring. Like, so probably I want to change this color code. Probably I would like to go for like a little greenish, whatever you want, just change the color the way you want. Change the font, size, style. Click on that element, it'll open up. You have the options to make the changes. Bottom line, when you're done with the changes, just have, this is the fish head, the problem that you're dealing with. These are major reasons why you're facing the problem. And these are the reasons that you kind of listed here. So that's how my fishbone looks like. Click OK, it'll go back here. Now you want to take this somewhere else. So yes, you have option of this drop down. You have, when you click on send to Word, it will open up a Word, it'll take it there. Send to PowerPoint, open up a PowerPoint, it'll go take it there automatically. Copy the graph, copy paste anywhere where you want, like on Excel, Word, PowerPoint, email. Save the graph as an image, you can do it, or simply do a right click here, copy the graph, or you can do everything. So say I copy the graph, I want to take it to my Excel sheet. Bottom line, it comes here. I can resize it, becomes an image. So do whatever you want to do with this. So that's how your fishbone diagram looks like. It's very easy, very handy to work on Minitab because it's editable. You once you're done with the changes, please just take it wherever you want. It works fine. So you can print it also, but yeah, it's your choice. I hope you're good with this fishbone diagram, everyone.
Yes.
Okay. Now, moving on to the next thing. So we've got the possible causes. Now we need to perform statistical analysis for which we need data. Now, how does my sheet looks like the data color measure phase where we have reached in the measure phase so far? So right now, I'll just kind of show you just a sample one, just so that we know where we have reached at this stage. So when I started my business problem, like, so I want the data, like by the end of measure phase, I want a complete spreadsheet like this. That's when a spreadsheet which looks like this, that means my measure phase is over because this data is ready for analysis. Analyze phase will start the moment I have my data collected like this. This is what I want by the end of measure phase, where I have reached at this stage right now. Let me copy paste this and take it to the next tab. This is how it looks like now. I don't have the data, my bad. Okay. I started with my business problem, which was this, the ticket closure time, in this case, say high waiting time, whatever the time related factor. And with the fishbone diagram, we collected these possible x's. That's how it looks like now. So we have got these x's. My spreadsheet looks like this right now, which we would like to populate. We would like to add data to it and make a spreadsheet like this. That's it. The measure phase will be over. But now, few questions that we need to answer here. How much data are you going to collect? So are you going to collect 50 data points, 100 data points, 200,000? What is the right sample size? That needs to be understood because sample size is a very, very big cost. And we have to keep in mind at the managerial position, at a management position, you need to ensure that the sample size is kept under check because it will incur a lot of cost. The resource cost, the sample cost, the material cost, everything goes into it. So it's a big cost that you end up bearing. So yes, you should know how sample size needs to be collected. Again, I would like to reiterate the same fact. If I need to collect, say, 100 samples, which is the correct sample size, if you collect 90 samples, you wasted the money because that is insufficient sample and your predictions, your analysis will be wrong because the data is insufficient. If you end up collecting 101 sample, you wasted money for one sample extra, which was not required. So bottom line, I should know what is the right method of collecting, like calculating the sample size. So I would know how much data I need to collect. So that's what we have written here. So just to kind of understand the steps. So when you find the possible causes, as a team, you may delegate this job to someone. Some people will get into fishbone diagram part of it. Some people will get into the sample size calculation. So you will assess how many samples are required. Some people will be given responsibility to decide on the sampling methodology. Now, this is very important. Now, say if I have to collect 100 samples, just an example, but how I'm going to collect those 100 samples is again a big challenge. Now, for example, I want to know what is the average income of people living in Dubai, and I have to collect 100 samples. I can't just collect 100 samples from anywhere. I can't just go to a very, very posh area and collect those 100 samples because my average will be very, very high. If I go to a slum area, probably my sample average will be very, very low, which is wrong. So methodology, the way you collect the sample is even more important. You know the number, but how you're going to collect the sample, you have to understand that. So once you're done with this, you know the X's, you know the Y, you know the how many samples you're going to collect, how you're going to collect that. You're ready to collect the data, but you will not be allowed by the management to collect the data because you have to pass this test, which we'll be discussing. This is very important. So A, your sample size calculation, and B, your measurement system analysis from job, recruitment, interview perspective. This is very important. So yeah, we'll be discussing about that. This test you need to pass before management will give you an approval to go ahead and collect the data. Again, because why? Because sample collection is a very, very costly affair. A very big project cost goes into sample size collection. Now, no management will risk their money because they want to be sure that you know the job, the way you collect the data, the way your people who are involved in the data collection. Can you trust them? Can, if you're using some sort of equipment in collecting data, is that trustworthy? Can I trust the data that you give? If a data is not trustworthy, my analysis will go wrong. So management needs a proof, a validation that yes, you know your job. The data you will give me, I can trust the data. That's the test that we need to pass here. Once the management gets the approval or like a confidence here, they'll give you a go ahead, please collect the data. That's when you will create a data collection plan and you collect the reliable data because you've already proven that your process is reliable. That's how we go about measure phase. So coming back to the next thing that we have to do is sample size calculation. Now this is going to be based on two different the data collection like data types. One is continuous data, and again you have a discrete data. So you have two types of data that you deal with. One is continuous and one is discrete. So depending on the type of data, you will end up using a different kind of formula for calculating what's the right sample size. So continuous, let's pick up the continuous data sample size. We'll create a calculator here also, so we can use this for calculation purposes. Now, in the material that we have, I have already shared, I'm sure you must have downloaded. In case you haven't, please, I'll be sharing the link again here in the chat during the break, so you can all download this once again. Uh, yeah, sample it's there. So in the data files for class, in the measure phase, we open up the measure phase file. So there are two Word files. One is determining sample size for continuous data, determining sample size for discrete data. So I'll open up both of them. Let's open up the continuous one and then the discrete one. Okay, let's start with the continuous data sample size first. These are very simple. Having said that, very, very simple. That's the only formula. It's not a big deal. It's a small formula that we need to remember. Trust, we have to remember this. No recruiter will make you calculate, but yes, you should know it. Like, because the questions would be asked, do you know, is there a formula? Yes. What are the components of the formula? You should be able to explain that. Yeah. So coming back to the formula, let me just copy paste this formula and take it here, and let's understand what do we mean and how do we calculate this. Let me just paste it here so we know what elements. N is the total number of samples you need to collect, the right sample size based on this formula. In case of a this formula is for continuous data. Let's understand each one by one. What is this Z or Z? Depending on you're using a British accent or US accent, a Z or a Z. I'll go with the British one for now. So it's Z for me. This is nothing other than confidence level. At what level of confidence you're going to make the predictions and everything. As we discussed, in general, every industry goes with 95% confidence level, which is thumb rule for every industry, unless and until you are dealing with a very, very critical industry, then you go for 99%. Bottom line, I will go with the 95% right now. Now, that's the meaning of Z. If you there's a Z table, which if you refer to, again, we will be, these are the values of Z. 90% values that you can look at. For whenever you're looking at Z values, again, these are standard values that you can look at. So now 90%, if you're working with 90%, the value of Z will be 1.9, 1.64. At 95%, it will be 1.96. 99% will have a value of 2.5 cent. It's coming from a Z table. Now, uh, that's the meaning of, so I will substitute 1.96 with the value of Z because we deal with 95% standard thumb rule. We already seen Minitab also performs everything with 95%. If you remember, we did this basic test, graphical summary, see 95% confidence. Everyone uses standard default 95% confidence. So going back to the sheet, 95% is the Z value or Z value. Then we have standard deviation, and see this standard deviation we are talking about is about population. If you remember the size, the symbols that we talked about in the measure phase, we talked about various symbols. This symbol is the symbol of sigma. So when we talk about population standard deviation, this is the symbol. Let me quickly navigate to those slides so that we can recall that, because it's important to remember what we mean, what we understand by this one. Say, oops, it's not yet opened. Let me just, okay. Let's just remember the symbol so that we know what are we getting into. Yeah. So sample standard deviation was small s and population standard deviation is sigma. This symbol is sigma. So here in the formula, it is talking about population standard deviation. That's where the catch lies. So let's understand what I don't have the population data. How can I get the population standard deviation? That's the basic question that can come to our mind. We are trying to calculate the right sample size, but how do I know what is the population standard deviation? I don't have it. In general, we will not have it in general. So what statistics teaches us in order to kind of get this value, if population standard deviation is unknown, which is generally going to be the case, it will generally be unknown, then what is prescribed, that you must pick minimum of 30 samples from the process, whatever process you are working on. Is it a weight related method, like, because it's a continuous data, weight, height, temp, anything which is continuous data related stuff. So whatever process, time related data, you need to pick up minimum 30 samples and calculate its standard deviation, use it as population standard deviation. So that's how it's a sufficiently large sample size for as per stats. So you can work with this and assume this to be a population standard deviation. This is what is prescribed. So if you are, because generally you would not have this population standard deviation, so you go back to your process. Say we were talking about waiting time, the restaurant waiting time. So pick up 30 orders waiting time data, minimum 30 orders, and calculate the standard deviation. We know how to calculate standard deviation using Excel, using the manual method, using Minitab. We know how to calculate standard deviation. Minimum 30 samples and use that as a population standard deviation. But industry-wise, best practice, what does it say? Best practice, people use minimum 50 samples or to be on a safer side. So this is what is used industry as a best practice. People don't use 30, people minimum use 50 samples to be on a safer side, calculate the standard deviation from the data. So if it's a waiting time related data, we will look at minimum 50 orders and we'll take the waiting time for, we have 50 different waiting times, we'll calculate the standard deviation. Coming to the last part, which is E. E is nothing other than margin of error. Now that's where we don't have a say. It is going to be decided by the management. Now, why? Because the management has to decide how accurately they want to predict the process. If I want to go for a big margin of error like this, or I want to go for this kind of margin of error, very accurate prediction. Well, you can go for an accurate prediction, very, very accurate prediction, but be ready to pay the price for that. And we'll see it when we look at the formula, we'll understand why the sample size increases. We'll look at the basic, let's create a calculator from this formula and we'll understand it easily. Let's, before we create a calculator, let's look at a basic example here also, so we understand the meaning. Everything that we talked about is explained in this Excel sheet. It's like in the Word document, everything is there, but let's look at the example here. We would like to start an internet service provider. We want to start a new business and for providing internet services. And we want to estimate the average internet usage of household in 1 week for business plan. So we want to create a business plan so that we can launch a plan that this is going to be the plan for internet services. We want to estimate the average internet usage. Now we want to understand how many households should we select for this study. To understand what is the average internet usage, what is the sample size? How many households should we pick up? What is the sample size? Now, we want to be 95% sure, which is Z value, 95% confidence level. That's what Z is. With a sample mean within plus minus, this is within sample mean of 1 minute. So within, that means plus 1 minute minus 1 minute of internet usage time. So margin of error is plus minus 1 minute they want to use. And assuming previous survey, they have a previous historical data, similar survey was done and we found that population standard deviation is 6.95 minutes. We have all the values here. So historical survey showed that standard deviation for internet usage is about 6.95 minutes. We have all the values. So Z is 1.96 because 95% confidence. Sigma is 6.95 divided by margin of error, which is plus minus 1 as margin of error, we put in and we get the formula, we get the sample size. Let's go back to Excel and create this basic form calculator here. So Z is, I will keep here. Then we have got sigma, which is population standard deviation here, population standard deviation. And then we have E, give these three values. So what we need to get here is, the first one is going to be Z multiplied by E. Let's have the calculator ready. Then in the next stage, what we'll do is we'll have the Z multiplied by E divided by the E, sorry, no, my bad, not E, Z multiplied by standard deviation. And here Z multiplied by standard deviation will be divided by E whole square. That will give us the sample size. That's how we, so first of all, whatever is the value of Z will be multiplied by E, which is standard deviation, which is here. That's what we have in the formula. And then we need to divide whatever we get here, divide this with the margin of error, which is E. So which will give us everything in the bracket, and whole square. Whole square will give you the sample size. So we just created a small dummy calculator for us, which is going to help us calculate the sample size. That's how we have small calculator. Now say there is a process, just taking a basic example here. We are dealing with a process where we want to make predictions at 95% confidence level. Well, 95% confidence level, Z will be changed with 1.96. For that process, say we have a standard deviation in the process, say from whatever data we are looking at, population standard deviation we understood is 15 minutes, say some minutes or whatever the variable is. Margin of error is something which we need to understand and estimate. So here is where I can give this basic information to the management. Say, if we work with, say, margin of error, and this is the sample size required. Like here, let the management decide how much margin of error, how accurately they want to predict. So if they want to work with, say, plus minus 5 as margin of error, let's say plus minus 5 as margin of error, or plus minus 2 or plus minus 1, whatever, let's kind of, the more accurate you want to be, the more sample you have to, like, let's quickly do this, not this plus 1 here, plus minus 2, plus minus 1. So more accuracy is at the bottom. So you have a big margin of error. So 15 plus, like whatever is the value, plus 5 and minus 5, plus 4, minus 4. So the way you bring it down, the sample size will get bigger. Let's keep margin of error of 5. You need roughly 35 samples here. Population standard deviation, see, we have like some process data, and we're calculating from that any process, whatever data you're trying to assess, the weight of the part or time related data, any process data, whatever process. It's say if you are trying to assess, there is a process where you are trying to collect the sample size from that particular process. You'll go to the process, look at the historical data and or probably current data, pick up some samples from their data and calculate the standard deviation. Say I have waiting time data, like say some random data, so 13 minutes to sometimes it was 30. So this is waiting time for different people. So we have collected say 50 such samples, say whatever we have. I'm just taking some these are different waiting time for different people. I've got the waiting time data. Ideally it should be at least 50. So I can calculate the standard deviation from this. This is how, and I will use this as population standard deviation. So in this case, the standard deviation is 5.69. Similarly, we'll go to the process for whatever process we want to improve. We'll pick up the data and we'll calculate the standard deviation. Is that clear, Om Prakash?
Yes.
Okay. And plus minus this 5 minutes. So this is, in this case, I am okay with, say, the average, for example, the average. Okay, let's understand this. What is E here? So average waiting time. What is my average waiting time here? It is my average waiting time. What did I calculate here? Average. Okay. The average waiting time shows us 23 minutes. So what I'm saying is, are you okay with 23 minus 5 and 23 plus 5? What will that be? Let's say 23 minus 5 will be 18 minutes. So it will show that the average waiting time in your process is 23 minutes to say 28 minutes, with a plus minus 5 minutes of margin of error. So would you be happy with a prediction which says that in my process the waiting time will range between 18 minutes to 28 minutes? No, that's a sort of a very stupid thing. Pretty much like 18 minutes, 28 minutes is a very big range. Well, so I want to be more accurate. Well, are you okay looking for 19 minutes to some a prediction like this, which is 27 minutes, or you're looking at prediction which is like the more accuracy you want to go with? If you want to go for more accuracy, you have to look at the sample size. It will get bigger and bigger if we just keep going on and on. So okay, let me just stop sharing and again reshare. The black box sort of thing I think should go away. So uh, that's how. So this plus minus is from the mean. So if I'm going with the plus minus 5 minutes as margin of error, it says that I need to collect minimum of 35 samples to make this prediction. If I'm okay with plus minus 5 as margin of error, if I want to predict my waiting time, and I'm okay with the prediction of that 18 minutes to 28 minutes will be the waiting time in my process, would your management be happy? Again, if they're okay with it, then pretty much go ahead with that. Having said that, if you management says no, that's a very big range, I want even better prediction rating. So if I want to go with the plus minus 4 as margin for something like this, plus minus 4 with 19 minutes to 27 minutes, does that make sense? Well, for that you have to collect 54 samples. If I want to go with plus minus 3 as margin of error, something like this, 20 minus 3, 20 plus 23 plus 3. So for that, I have to pick up 96 samples to get this kind of accuracy. Uh, if I want to go with plus minus 2 as margin of error, you have to get about 216 samples. And if you want to go with a very accurate, like something like 22 with a 23 for the sample and 24 here, this kind of accuracy is very compact, very accurate, very precise. Yeah, let's see, 864 samples. I hope that's making sense. Why is it getting bigger? Because in the formula you have a e, which is margin of error at the denominator. If you are dividing by a big number, your sample size will be small. If you're dividing by a small number, your sample size will be big. Simple as that. A basic math. If you have a big margin of error, you'll be dividing by a big number, so your sample size will become small. If you're dividing by a small number, that means you want more accuracy, then will be dividing by a small number and your sample size will be huge. So it's up to the management for them to understand how accurate they want to be, keeping in mind the cost here, because that cost will get bigger and bigger. Is this making sense, Tahir? And for everyone else?
Yeah, I have a question.
Yeah, please.
Can my margin of error maybe unilateral? Maybe
Unilateral.
only plus.
Yeah, you can, but actually you can have that, and so we'll quickly look at that. So we just did this calculation in the like using the like basic Excel formula, but we'll be using Minitab also. And keep this in mind, Minitab will give you little extra sample size, because Minitab is even more conservative and uses the same formula, but add something on top of it to just be sure. Practically they don't want to be in a situation where we end up predicting lesser sample or insufficient sample. So yes, formula is still the same, but when we calculate using Minitab, other than Minitab, you go online, just type in sample size calculation formula. You will get the same formula, and that's how globally everyone calculates the sample size. Minitab also uses, but would add up some more value. In Minitab, it will give you unilateral option also. Let me just quickly go back to Minitab. So basic manual method, is that okay with everyone?
Yep. I have a question.
Yeah.
So when it comes to the margin of error, you said it's always decided by the management. What if
Yes.
they ask you the expert, on Six Sigma? So what should be the best margin of error to get, based on the sample size?
No, so having said that, see, it boils down to the cost. If the management is ready to bear the cost, I will go for the highest one, bottom line, because the more the data, more accuracy you will be able to bring in the data in the analysis. Higher the sample, better it is always. But yes, management will have a close eye on in the cost factor. So what you may do is, in order to help the management, you may do a basic maths of and calculate cost per sample. Just do a
Yeah.
basic and calculate cost per sample and just do a map here, price as a cost basically factor. So for example, say there's a cost per sample is $10, just an argument's sake. Say we'll just do a basic maths and give them the estimate. Let them decide how accurate, like how much money they want to shell out, and they're okay with it. So that's where we can definitely help. We can have the team get
Okay.
together and see how accurately want to predict.
Okay.
Okay, let me just quickly go back to Minitab also, and we'll kind of look into that aspect. But yes, as a confidence level interval, you get both sides options, like you have option, but yes, you can go for one single side also. Let's quickly go to the Minitab part of it. Stats, power and sample size here, sample size for estimation. So stats, the last one is power and sample size for estimation. The first one is the one we are looking at. Mean, the data is normal. Standard deviation, so we talk about, like, for example, any process data that you have standard deviation, say 15. You want to work with plus minus 5 as margin of error, which is this is the standard deviation. This is E, which is the denominator part. You click on options, see confidence level 95%, and like here is it gives you an option, upper, lower, two-sided, so you can choose that option also. So I'm just going with a two-side option here. Click OK, and then OK. That's it. You need three variables like Z, which is here, confidence level, sigma, which is here, and E, which is here. Same thing, it just needs three information that we had in the formula, but it gives you a little higher sample. It just adds on something on top of it, what pretty much it's sort of out of scope for us. But yes, standard deviation is here, 95%, two-sided, which is going to give you plus and minus based on that, and you need 38 samples. What if I want to go with compact, even more better, so plus minus 4, your sample size increases. You want to go with, say, higher confidence level, not 95. Your industry demands 99%. Well, go with 99%. You can change this to 99. It'll give you at 99%. So if you increase the confidence level, your sample size increases. If you reduce the margin of error, your sample size increases. So both ways, whatever we just discussed, say if you want to go with plus minus 1, add that margin of error, and with this 99%, you will have a huge sample to deal with. I hope that's making sense to everyone. Is that okay?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Now on the same lines, we have the discrete sample also. We just see, honestly, for a real world perspective, just keep this in mind. You have to remember this basic formula, and that's what is. So you should know, in case of a sample size for continuous data, I should know three variables. One is confidence level, standard deviation for the population. And because we would not generally have the population standard deviation, so what we'll do is we'll pick up minimum of 50 samples as a best practice in industry, calculate the standard deviation, and use it as a population standard deviation. The margin of error practically is required. So these are three variables which we need for calculation of continuous sample. Now coming to discrete, on the same lines, very, very similar, but let's kind of copy paste the formula in the sheet also so that we have it here. Now everything is more like same, but basic where P stands for proportion of success. And so let me kind of write it down here, and we created P is proportion of, what is the meaning of that? We have to look at an example to get clarity, otherwise we'll kind of waste time there, but it's very easy to understand. Z is nothing other than same confidence level, so no changes here, confidence level. E is still the same, margin of error, but the criteria, margin of error, this is discrete data, proportional data, which, so this margin of error will be in percentages. So percentage based, like, so you will have margin of error as plus minus 5%, plus minus 3%, plus minus 2%. So what is your prediction? So if people have given exam, what is your tentative idea, like how many people will pass after this exam? So I will say this year the passing percentage will range between 60 to 70%. So with an average, say you have picked up say a few samples and you know the average is 65%, you're saying a plus minus 5%. So 60 to 70%, which is like plus minus 5% from the average data. So margin will of error will be in percentages. That's the only difference here. Let's look at the example. We'll get absolutely clear. And then we'll look at the formula here. What is this proportion of success? There are two examples we will be looking at. An investigator wants to estimate the proportion of freshmen at university who currently smoke cigarettes. So somebody wants to do a research. There is a new year batch which has come in, a new batch which has just joined in, first year students in the university, and somebody wants to do a research and check how many people are smokers versus non-smoker. So they want to understand the percentage of people who are smokers versus non-smoker. The question here is how many people should be sampled. Like say there are 5,000 people who have enrolled this year. You can't contact every 5,000 people to understand that. So you will pick up a sample. You do a survey and you'll pick up a sample from, and basis that you'll predict. So we want to work with 95% confidence. Z is known to us. And we are okay with plus minus 5% margin of error, which is within 5% of true population, which is 5% will be 0.05. Now, we still don't know P. What is this P? Since we have no proportion of freshmen who smoke, we will use 50% probability. What it means, bottom line, I have no idea. Say somebody who is a first year student who comes in front of me, I don't know whether this person is a smoker or a non-smoker. So I will use a 50% probability that this person may be a smoker versus non-smoker. So I will, when you do not have any historical idea of whether it will be a yes or no, pass or a fail, then you go with the 50% probability. Like in say you have a client which is a new client which has come in, and you want to see estimate that what will be the quality percentage of this process. Like because I have never worked for such a client, it's a new business which has come in. I want to check my quality percentage or defect rate. I have no idea, nor I have worked in similar clients. So I'll work with a 50% probability so that any product that I manufacture for this client will have a 50% defect rate or success rate. I have no idea. Then I use a 50%. That's how we put in the value. Now look at this example. It will get clear. Yes, it's a proportion. It's out of like proportion will be always out of 100. To estimate the proportion of Malaysian males who smoke, what is the sample size required at a 95% confidence interval with 5%? Same stuff. A study some years ago found that approximately 30% were smokers. Similar study was done about like some time back, and we know 30% were smokers. So you have a probability of success, some historical data you can refer to. That's where you know probability of success. So for example, there's an existing process. You know, in my process, there is a 15% defect rate. You know that. If you know it, use it. If you don't know it, go with 50% probability. Simple as that. So here, the proportion of success, we have to keep this in mind. If it's known, use it. Else, 50% probability has to be uses. Simple as that. Let's kind of use this. Okay, I'll kind of get rid of this data. Okay. Give me one quick second. Let me just kind of. Okay. All right. So in case of a discrete, let's create the formula here. So P is here, proportion of success. Then we have 1 minus P. This is 1 minus P, whatever we have. Then we have Z by E. So we have Z, which is here. We have E here. And we have Z by E whole square. Whatever we get whole square of that. And then we have sample size. So which is everything is getting multiplied. P is getting multiplied by 1 minus P, and that is getting multiplied by Z by E whole square. So let's create this 1 minus P. sort of a calculator, 1 minus whatever is the p value. So that will give me 1 minus p. Then whatever we fill in z, we put in e. Let's create this z by e. So z is here divided by e whole square. And then everything gets multiplied here. So p multiplied by 1 minus p multiplied by this. Let's assume there is a process where we have no idea. There's a new client which has come in, 50% probability. We may get a 50% good product, 50% defective product. So P, 1 minus P will automatically be 0.5. We work with 95% confidence level, which is 1.96. And we are okay with plus minus 5% as margin of error, 0.05. You need 384 samples, simple as that. Well, if you want to work with less margin of error, say 4%, not 5%, your sample size increases. If you want to go with a very accurate one, say probably 2% margin of error, you need 2400, like 2401 samples. Say you have historical idea of your passing rate, failure rate. You have, say, 12% defect rate in your process, probability of success or failure. 1 minus p, automatically it gets calculated. So you have, say, 15% defect rate, use that. You have it, use it. You don't have it, go with 50% probability. The sample size gets calculated. Same thing is going to be in Minitab also. If you go back here, stats, same process, power and sample size for estimation. Just go down to the drop down here. It says proportion binomial. Proportion, you don't have it. Okay, we'll go with 50% probability. Margin of error, 5% margin of error, 0.05, and 95%, say 95% confidence level. So now Z, E, and this is P. You need 402 samples at like 95% confidence plus minus 5% with 50% probability. If you know the probability of success, you have, say, 17% defect rate. Use 17% probability of success or failure. You know it. You have your sample size ready. You want to go with more accurate one, 0.02% plus minus 2% margin of error. You need these many samples. Bottom line, we should know the elements of the sample size formula. When we're calculating it, the sample size calculation formula should be known to us, so that we can, like, people would definitely ask this question, what is the formula? Yes, we should be able to explain what is the formula. But calculation wise, it's very, very like relatively easy to do this calculation. Is everyone okay with it?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So now, having said that, we back to the square one where we had we haven't moved ahead again. So ideally, what happens at this stage, your team is segregated. You will like divide the team. Some people are given responsibility for finding the fish, doing this fishbone diagram. So they are working on this parallelly. You, like, a couple of people may be working on this. It's not a big deal, so it won't take long. So some people can get into the sample size calculation formula. Some people will work on deciding the sampling methodology. Now, sampling methodology becomes very critical. Why? Because we may end up messing up with the sampling methodology big time. If my sampling process is incorrect, my entire efforts and that I have put in will go in vain. So my sample has to be a true representative of the population. It should represent every single section of my process and the entire population. So for that, again, there were some bad methodologies. You should know the name. We won't be discussing about them, but yes, you should know these are obsolete. We should not be using them. If you come across, better just forget about them. So some bad ones which used to people used to use them. So we had quota sampling. Like, you, as it says, quota, you pick up chunks. Quota sampling, judgment sampling, convenience sampling. You had snowball sampling, and so trust, if you just Google up for sampling, you will get tons of sampling methodologies. Everyone, like, there, I would say over 100 sampling different things have become obsolete. See, people used sampling methodology, a method and they found that the sample was not working. It was not giving the correct inference about the population. So people started discarding, and then necessity is the mother of invention. So practically people required a better one, and eventually we had better like things have evolved, and now we have honestly good sampling methodologies which we use globally. So let's have a look at the ones which we'll be discussing in terms of sampling methodologies. Uh, there are two approaches when we go by sampling process, when we want to collect the samples. One is a population-based approach, another is a process-based approach. Now, when we say population-based approach, what does it mean? It's genuinely the population, like huge population, like market surveys. Uh, you want to do exit poll interviews when you during the like election process. That's in population, huge. You deal with huge mass, market launch, product launches, and all that stuff. Process based is an at an organization level. You have a process to deal with, so you have to collect samples based on different depending on the approach you're going with. First one, the population based approach, we have a simple random sampling, which is good, but we have a better one, which is stratified random sampling. Now, globally, everyone uses stratified random sampling in a population based approach without any doubt. Everywhere, people use stratified random sampling. Now, in a process-based approach, we have systematic sampling and we have rational subgrouping. This is used both in service industry, manufacturing industry, everyone uses systematic sampling. But a better version will always be rational subgrouping, which has to be ideally used, and we'll understand why. Having said that, it's nothing called right or wrong, but honestly, this is an updated one. This is an updated one, a better one, which we should use. And we will also talk about fusing this methodology with this to make a even better methodology. We'll just talk about that. So first thing first, let's talk about uh, difference between population and process based. See, population is actually dealing with huge population, like you are going for market, a product launch. A product launch will okay, like I live in Delhi, and I have to do a like a say product launch, say somewhere in Dubai. I will be big failure. Trust. I will be big failure. Why? Because I do not know the culture there. I don't know the income class level. I don't know the beliefs, the religion, and all that factors which decide the sample. Like practically, I need to understand the demographics for population. When you do a population-based approach, somebody who's a local enough will be able to do the right justice in a population. These are mass scale surveys. It takes months and years to do this such surveys when people go for launching a product. There's a lot of groundwork which is done. It's a huge cost which is involved. So different local representatives become the people who would be like who will be deciding on the strategy, how they would segment a particular population. Should I be segmenting by the gender? Should I be segmenting people by the education class? Should I be segmenting people by the income class? Different things motivate people. Different things work differently for different people. Probably one of the easiest example I can talk about, Amazon as a like e-commerce giant. These guys have somehow mastered the art of population-based approach. I can definitely talk about India because, like being there, these guys came from nowhere and they have become a pioneer in the e-commerce industry. In India, they've kind of vibed up, and probably I will say, without any doubt, they are number one in e-commerce world and globally also. Walmart, which is a retail store, is also a big giant in US. But yes, they had they some so I think they sort of came in India somewhere in 2006 2007 time frame, and till now they haven't gone full throttle. They are as big as like in a retail store, pretty much they are the biggest in US, but they haven't gone full throttle in India, and they will go one day because there's so much of market research which is going on. Because a US market is very different from an Indian market. The customers are different, the paying capacity is different, the choices of product is different, what we use in India versus in US. So somebody who's local enough will be able to understand the demographics and understand how the sample needs to be collected, because sample will be a small subset of huge population. So how you're going to pick the sample is going to be a very, very important thing. Under what's like in like, so how you're going to segregate the population and how many samples you're going to pick from every section is what needs to be understood. So this is going to be a big mammoth task. In a process-based approach, in an organization, you know every bit of it. You know the shifts, you know the people, you know different, like the entire hierarchy is very clear. So at an organization level, your process, your method will be different because everything is streamlined. You know the processes, you know everything which happens in the an organization. But in a population, it's like a big thing. So this is like heterogeneous, which is pretty much you have to look at various factors before you start picking up the samples. Tahir, is that clear?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Now let's have a look at simple random sampling. And so very like we will say this is the like we have Dubai. That's what I've been talking about. I want to know the average income of people living in Dubai. Now I randomly go with simple random sampling and I pick up those samples. Although I do not want to pick up a biased sample, I might sort of end up becoming biased. Unknowingly, uh, I might end up picking more samples from one area and might ignore a big chunk because I do not have a criteria. Simple random sampling means randomly picking. I might just set out people, go and randomly select people and pick up those samples. uh, I never wanted my sample to be biased, but I might end up becoming biased because my sample will be talking about some areas and would be neglecting some, or probably big chunk of area also. But still, in a population-based kind of thing, it still works out fine. But we have a better version. That's why I said like this can work in a population-based approach because it's massive. This sort of still works out, but you don't want to take the chances, and hence we go for stratified random sampling. We learn it like with more detail right now, but just to get an idea first thing, say this was a population mixed one. I wanted to pick up 3 samples and my objective was to know what is the average height of this particular group. This is entire population. So if I just randomly pick, I might get kids or just females and kids, which is going to give me a wrong like population average height. So what I do is first stratify. Stratify is grouping, segmenting them. So I segmented male together, females together, and kids together. Now the stratification is done. This is homogeneous. This is homogeneous. They are more like same. Once you've stratified it, then you pick one from here, one from here, one from here. Doesn't matter. Practically, you'll end up getting a true representative of the sample. That will be the closest or the absolute, I would say, very close average height of the population in reality. So the basic art is about segmenting. That is the real thing. Random sampling will not be a big deal after that. So segmenting is the basic art. How would you segment a population in a real world? But can I use this at an organization level? Why not? Definitely yes. I will use stratified random sampling at an organization level also. Let's have a look at simple examples. So you can try to create this at an organization level also. Let me just quickly try to see if I can, like, let's see. We have 2 machines. We have made kind of taking example of a production thing. You can do it with anything, with a service industry also. So just taking a small, simple example. I wanted to pick up some samples to understand how is my productivity, quality per products. Like I want to do some sort of method like study or to improve my like quality or the turnaround time or whatever. I had to pick up some sample, and I wanted to pick up sample which is true representative of the population. My entire production happens from 2 machines, machine 1 and machine 2. So what I did is first segmented. This is my first level of stratification. So I would not be picking up more samples from one machine and another, I ignore other one. No, I will break out the samples at 2 different levels, machine 1 and machine 2. So I will emphasize equally on both of them. That's my first level of stratification. Now, this machine works in morning and evening. Similarly, this machine also works in morning and evening. Well, that's my second level of stratification. I'm making it more refined. Well, because my morning shift samples will be different from the evening shift samples in the machine one. Everything changes with time also. There will be some difference in the, well, same goes for the machine two also. So I have 4 different segments: morning one machine one samples, evening machine one samples, morning machine two samples, evening machine two samples. 4 different levels, groups from which I can pick up samples. So here I had only 2 groups here. I had only 2 groups here. Here now I have 4 different groups from which I can pick up samples. This is getting more refined and more clean to pick up the samples, which is true representative, because morning samples could be different from evening samples. Machine starts giving you issues, people are involved, so people might be creating less errors in the morning. By the time evening comes in, pretty much people start giving more errors. It could be, yes. So we would like to see that. What if uh, we have like a 5 days work culture? We work Monday to Friday, and say Saturday Sundays are off. So Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. So we work 5 days a week. Similarly, this also works 5 days, this works also 5 days, and this works also 5 days. Now I have third level of stratification. So I'm trying to refine this further, because a perfect representative sample is what is required here. Third level of stratification. Now, how many groups do we have here? We have 5 groups here. 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 We have 20 groups in total here. 20 groups. Let's understand how. I will pick up, say, my Monday samples could be different from my Tuesday samples, and Tuesday could be different from Wednesday. Day wise, there could be impact. Probably people during the early part of the week do not create more errors, but by the time weekend approaches, people start getting into sort of a casual behavior. So samples may vary from day to day. The products may show you a different variation from Monday to Friday. Yes, that can be. So if I want to understand how many groups I have Monday samples, I'll be picked up on Monday morning, machine one. That's my first group here. Then Tuesday morning, machine one. Wednesday morning, machine one. Thursday morning, machine one. And Friday morning, machine one. So I have got like 5 different groups here. Similarly, I'll be doing evening sort of thing. And similarly, I'll be doing this for machine two. I have 5 groups here, 5 groups here, 5 groups here, 20 different unique groups. These are unique, which are different from each other. And so I'm not emphasizing one machine. I'm not overemphasizing a particular shift. I'm not overemphasizing a particular day. I am being rational. I'm picking up samples from every single group, and which is unique and different from each other. This is going to give me a perfect sample, which I will use. Now, can I further, so I can further like to refine it and make it more clear and detailed. Yeah. So for example, we use the sample size calculation formula. I'm just using an example here. For example, the sample size calculation gives me a number, just 1,000 samples needs to be picked up. So 1,000 samples is what we need. We have 20 groups here. So 20 groups, and we have to pick up 1,000 samples. So I would need 50 samples per group. 50 samples is what we have to pick from every group, so which will give me 1,000 samples. Can I further refine this? Yes, definitely. Why not? Because this is about just week one. Can I bring in another level of stratification? Yes, fourth level of stratification can be brought in here, which is what I would sort of increase to be on a safer side. I'm just trying to create here. So I will pick up, I have week wise, I can do this week wise. So let's make it a 60 samples, like just kind of argument 60 samples is what I have to pick up per group. So I will pick 15 samples per week per group. So 15 samples in week one, as per the schedule. Week one, 15 samples, week two, week three, week four. So I brought in another level of, because my initial month does not give you much errors, but by the time the month end approaches, the target pressure and everything, people start creating errors, issues. My production, my process will show you a time-based variation when I collect samples. So 15 samples of week one will as per this schedule will look different from week 2 and will look different from week 3, and generally definitely it happens. So I am trying to bring in the fourth level of stratification. Can I further fuse make it even more detailed? Yes, we will, and we generally do that. So once we have done this, we would like to combine this at this stage, combine this with rational subgrouping to bring in the fifth level of stratification, which we will discuss when we talk about the rational subgrouping part. So this will give us a perfect sample which talks about the entire production. Although we're just collecting 1,000 samples, but these 1,000 samples are going to be a perfect representative of my entire production. My analysis will be absolutely bang on. That's how it has to be. The sample has to be a true and a perfect representative. When I look at a sample, it should give me a clear picture about the entire population. As we have always been talking about, the best example that I can think of is a sweet dish. I don't need to eat entire sweet dish to tell you it's good or bad. I'll take a spoon from the sweet dish and tell you whether it's good or bad, because that sample is a true representative of the entire sweet dish. That's how a sample should be, and that's what we're trying to bring in here. So is stratified part is clear to everyone?
Yes.
Okay, let's then.
Kindly please explain it again.
Okay, okay. Uh, First, what we did is say we bifurcated the samples to be picked from machines. So I had two different machines. So I had to I segmented my samples needs to be collected from machine 1 and machine 2. So I will not be picking more samples from machine 1 and less sample from machine 2. So I'm creating the criteria here. So machine 1 has to be picked up and samples from machine 2 has to be picked up equally. Now these machines work in two different shifts, say like morning and evening, morning and evening. So now I have four groups here. So I'll be picking samples from machine morning, machine 1, evening machine 1, morning machine 2, and evening machine 2. So I have four groups here. I wanted to make it even more detailed and more refined to make it a perfect sample. So I went on to the day wise schedule also. So this machine in the morning, so it works on Monday morning, machine 1. Similarly, this machine runs on Tuesday morning, machine runs on Tuesday morning also, Wednesday morning. So these are 5 different groups which I have from this segment. Monday morning, Tuesday morning, Wednesday morning. So I have 5 different groups. Similarly, I have Monday evening machine 1, Tuesday evening machine 1. These are different time slots and the area from which the samples we needs to be picked up. And so we had 20 different groups. Are you clear about the 20 groups for now?
Yes.
Okay. Now with this, we just took a hypothetical number, like we have to say we have to pick up 100 samples from the sample size calculation formula. We have to pick 1,000 samples. So out of 1,000 samples, we have 20 groups from which it has to be picked up. So if we divide 20 divided by 1,000, we get 50 samples per group. So we have to pick up 50 samples from every group. So what we wanted to do is, this is just going to give me a first week. If I pick all the 50 samples in the first week, that may not be giving me a complete picture, because it's quite possible week wise my sample would vary as the month progresses. By the month end, always there is a hue and cry about process. Every process has a problem, a challenge. We want to see the time based variation in the data. So what we would like to do is collect these 50 samples on a weekly basis. So I would divided this 50 samples over a period of 1 month. So I would like to say, just to, like I can click for mathematical purposes, I just made it a 60 samples per group just for ease of sense. So 15 fours will give me 60 samples. So I picked up, like, I'm just for now. So 15 samples is what I have to pick every week. So first week I pick up, so all in all, I'm going to be picking up 60 samples, but not at one first week, but in over a period of 4 weeks, 15, 15, 15 each in every week. So I will be getting a perfect sample, which is going to give me like a true image of the day wise, week wise, machine wise, shift wise, it will cover every section in the population. Is that clear?
Yes.
Okay. And now from here on, we will, even the weekly, the like this samples that we go to collect, the 15 samples, how we're going to collect these 15 samples will be explained by the rational subgrouping. Even we'll go with another level of stratification, which is fifth, which will help us understand 15 samples. How you can collect the 15 samples also. That will give you another level of clarity. Now, parliamentary election, see, it will change, it will vary from uh, party to party and different different political parties have different ways of interpreting. See, basic understanding is how
Actually,
many.
I'm just curious about how the medias are
Okay.
making these exit polls from the.
Yeah, trust they are bizarre and absolutely bizarre. See, because it depends on the sample size also. Some, like if I'm talking about India, there were news channels who used about 7 lakh, which is like 700,000 as a sample size. Some used about 1,500,000 samples, depending on the samples. I don't want to name that like particular news channel, but technically there are news channels which are just making mockery of it, because uh, if I don't do my groundwork clearly, see my grouping, segmenting, how I'm going to segment. See, people are driven. If I talk about India, people are driven by various reasons. People are driven by religion. People are driven by caste, by income, by gender. There are a lot of reasons through which you drive people. And if I want to do a perfect sampling to understand which party is going to win, I need to understand how I'm going to segment that. Segmenting is a real art. So if I want to segment a particular city and I want to pick up a sample from that city, I need to be local in that city to understand how this city works. What are the cultural differences of the income class? Where's the posh area? Where's the like in low income area? And there are a lot of factors. So that is the real art. And like without any getting into any naming any particular, there's one party which has definitely who mastered this art because they've done the groundwork clearly. Absolutely, they understand how to use this the demographics part of it and to pick up the right sample size. They're good companies, not news agencies, who have understood, a couple of them who have understood the real art of estimating the right sample size, because they've understood the demographics. You can't segment and create the groups clearly in a population. You will have wrong estimates and prediction. And in India, 2014 election was a big mockery because one news channel was showing very accurate and the remaining four news channels were showing absolutely like opposite. Like, so if I talk about the party which won, they were showing like 300 to 325 sort of seats they will be winning, and as compared to somebody who was showing 100 to 150, there was two different things people were talking about, and it came the other way around, like 300 plus. So it works based on how you have segmented. So it's more to do with the segmentation part. You have to do the groundwork. You have to invest a lot of money. A lot of local representatives will be required for you to understand how you will segment, say, Delhi versus a Mumbai. There are different cities. You can't use the same method. So different cities will have different strategies. That's how it works. Are we good with this? Okay, all right. So coming back to the systematic sampling. Now, the systematic sampling is very simple. It's a frequency-based sampling. So you decide a set frequency, no such rational logic behind it. You decide a frequency and you say decide, well, every third sample will be my product, will be my sample. So there's a machine which is making products and which pick third, sixth, ninth. Why we do it? Why? Because we do not want the person who is collecting the samples to create any bias. If you let the person decide, then the person will only pick good or only pick bad. If you want to, technically the control will be in the hand of the person. So systematic sampling takes away that biasness of the person who is collecting the sample. It is based on the frequency, set frequency. You decide, say, every fifth sample, then fifth, 10th, 15th, 20th. So whatever is the frequency, whatever sample comes in, you pick that sample as your sample. It's a random sample, like whatever frequency as per that sample, random number, whatever it comes in, like you have to pick that up. Now, this is very much used in manufacturing, in the service industry, which is good. There's nothing wrong with it, but you have a better version, rational subgrouping, and we'll sort of like to understand this part of it, because this is something I would recommend using, because this gets clubbed with your stratified random sampling also, and it has real meaning also why we should go with rational subgrouping. Now let's understand what is the basic difference between rational subgrouping. There's two elements. One is rational and the other part is subgrouping. Now, rational will always be a time-based order, time sequence. You could rational will be the frequency, at what frequency you are going to collect the sample. You decide. So there's no rule around it. You decide depending on your availability, the time, resources, you decide how, at what frequency can you collect the sample. So you can collect samples every half an hour, or you can collect samples every hour. You can collect samples every 2 hour, every 3 hour. You decide the frequency. So we have, in this example, we're picking samples every hour. So we have like a 7-hour shift. We work like this is when my shift starts and this is where my shift ends. We are going to pick samples every hour. So my rational is hourly based. It could be every, like depending on whatever you decide. What is subgroup? Subgroup is the number of samples I pick in every hour. Again, based on your requirement, how many samples you need to collect, you can decide, like based on the frequency, you can do maths and understand how many samples do we need to collect at this frequency and how many days I need to carry out this. Based on that, you can decide what will be my subgroup size. Now, in this case, we are picking 6 samples. So these are, say, weight of some part. Some parts are being manufactured, and we picked up 6 samples. We measured the weight. The one thing we got to keep in mind, these are back-to-back samples. So I go to the machine where it's manufacturing the part and pick up 6 back-to-back samples. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Pick up those samples, measure the weight. That's the measurement value, what I wanted to collect. I got the data. Second hour, again, I go pick 6 back-to-back samples. That gives me another data. Similarly, I did my sample size sampling thing. My data gets collected. Technically, this is what I want, the gray area, the measurement value, the actual value, the sample value. This I could have got from others also, but what it gives me is this additional information. I can use the formula for variance. I can use the formula for standard deviation. I can do anything, or you. So just like you, let's use variance or standard deviation, whatever works best for you. Meaning is same. Doesn't make any difference. Now I can calculate the standard deviation for this row. I can calculate standard deviation for this row, this row, this row, every row. Now if I look at it, the variance in the first hour was less when I started my production or my shift. The variation was less. It increased in the second hour. It increased in the third hour. Fourth hour, it goes absolutely out of the roof, and then it doesn't get controlled. So if I am a management professional, this is where I would be concerned. What happens wrong in this fourth hour, when probably this is the time people go for the lunch break, and then when they come back, they don't want to work. Practically, that's how it looks like. I don't want to work after that. I feel lethargic, lazy, tired, whatever you say. But probably if we're talking about a machine-related data, this tells me that machine starts giving you error here. So probably it needs a cool-off period because it starts giving you more wear and tear after that. Error increases. So it helps you understand the time-based data. Because no other sampling methodology will give you this idea because you're picking samples at different time interval. But this variation that we call, this is called within subgroup variation. This is one subgroup, back-to-back samples within subgroup variation, or this is also known as short-term variation. So when you pick up the first every section, every row, you call that as within subgroup variation or short-term variation, because these were back-to-back. When you compare this versus this, or you compare this versus this is called between subgroup variation or long-term variation. A management professional will help you understand this, like practically I will be able to see and understand where my process starts breaking up, and I will be able to take corrective action, which this information will not be available in other sampling methodologies, which is, it gives you time-based process data. Now, when I wanted to collect those 15 samples, I can use this time-based order to collect these remaining, those 15 samples that I wanted to pick up. I will use this method to pick up those samples in that particular slot. Now, that gives me another clarity. Control charts, which is the last part of this DMAC phase, the control charts use rational subgrouping as the method of collecting, making the control charts. You do not want to have two different methods of sampling, one for data collection, one for making control chart. This data is ready. Make a control chart out of it instantly. So A, you don't want to duplicate your work. B, control charts will start pointing out this error instantly. This is how control charts work. They work on within and short-term variation and long-term variation. That's what it works on. It helps you understand the process deviations. It helps you understand where your process starts becoming bad. And that's what this rational subgrouping should be practiced, because it helps you understand other than data collection, which is what I wanted to do. This data is ready for control charts. So I would always advocate using a rational subgrouping and try to club this data with your stratified random sampling, create your process data, get to the stage, create those groups for yourself, and then combine it with rational subgrouping. How these 15 samples, that will be answered by rational subgrouping, which will be generally time-based order. And you will have a perfect sample, which will give you instant control charts also. You are safe, and practically you will save a lot of time. Otherwise, it'll be waste of time, because this method of data collection, because other methods of data collection will not help you with control charts. You need to have data in this order. Is this okay with everyone? Is that okay? Anyone has questions about the sampling methodology? Because then we shall otherwise take a break, because when we come back, we will be dealing with the measurement system analysis. That's what is we are lined up for.
I am okay. I have a question.
Yeah, please do.
Can you please form control chart by utilizing this data?
Yeah, absolutely, yes. But yes, we haven't studied the control chart, but I'll just quickly make this for you, just to kind of give you an idea how to work on this. So let me just go back to this, if I can copy it. Otherwise, I'll create one using ran between sort of formula. I'll create one. Let me see if I can do that quickly. No, it's not coming. So let me just create one. Give me one quick second. So similar data. Is this okay? This kind of data, that's what we have. This is my first hour, second hour, third hour, hour 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, whatever this hours are there. And this is where I have like sample 1 and sample whatever the number of samples we have. Similar data, I just collected here. This is hour. And let me just copy paste, make a control chart. So we've got 7 samples. I will be dealing with X bar R chart. We haven't studied the control charts, but just want to show you. This is how we have collected data. Control charts are ready. I will create the control chart, which is applicable for this kind of data. We haven't studied it so far, but yeah, we'll end up doing all this. So don't worry about that. Control chart is ready. 2 clicks, you're done. So we'll study about that. We'll understand the interpretation, but data is ready. You needed the data. Yes, I got my data. The data can be collected by other methods, but that will be a repetition, because you will end up collecting. You have to collect data like this to get your control charts working. I hope that's clear.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, perfect. All right. So as per the Indian time, yeah, it's 2:14, roughly like 2:15. So whatever time zone we are in, like is 30 minutes break is what we generally take. So let's be back in 30 minutes, and we'll start with a very important topic, which is the measurement system analysis, which is the test we need to pass. We have everything ready, the process, the method, the count of samples, everything is ready, but we will not be allowed unless until we pass this test, which is very important. So one is sample size calculation in recruitment job interviews. Second is measurement system analysis. We'll learn about that when we come back from the break. So let's take 30 minutes break, and let's be back, and we'll start like as per whatever time zone we are in. All right.
30 minutes.
Thanks. In the mean, I'll share the link when we come back. I'll share the link for everyone to download in case you have not downloaded the material. Okay.
This notes, can you share it?
Yeah. So the notes, everything will be shared. So yeah. All right. So let's come back from break. Are we back from the break? Okay.
Yep.
All right.
All
Yes.
good.
Perfect. So yes, before we get started, just want to tell you all, like I've shared this link on the chat, the WeTransfer link, which I emailed yesterday. So in case you haven't got the material, you have not downloaded. So this has got every material. So like what we have worked on, including the notes as of last class. Just click on this link and it will get downloaded, all the material that we need. Now, going forward, the class notes, or if there is any other material that needs to be shared, I'll be sharing it with the IMC team, and they will in turn share it with you all. So that's how it will go ahead. Now, coming back to the measurement system analysis that we'll have to kind of look into. So as of now, like at this stage, my team is ready to collect the data. We know the sample size. We know the method, how we will be collecting the sample, that be it a rational subgrouping, be it a stratified or systematic sampling, whatever method we adopt. So we will be collecting the data, but we need to submit this evidence to the management that the process and the people that we have for data collection, that's trustworthy. They can rely on the data. They, without any doubts, well, this data is trustworthy. We can baseline the analysis on this data. So we have to pass this test. Now, what is that we do in measurement system analysis is what we need to understand first. So sort of very quick and example, and a very simple layman like example, so that we can relate with this concept of measurement system analysis. In short, we call this as MSA for measurement system analysis. Now, say I buy a thermometer, and the thermometer, like I check the body temperature of one of my friend, and his temperature shows us 96.5 degrees Fahrenheit. This is what I will call as observed value, which I observed using the thermometer. That's the temperature which is observed. Now, in reality, what if the real body temperature of my friend is 97.5 degrees Fahrenheit? It's quite possible. So this is, I would refer as actual value. So what it means that the thermometer is giving me 1 degree Fahrenheit less. This is error and that we're getting. So this is an error that we are dealing with. Or what if in reality, the actual value, the actual body temperature would have been 96 degrees Fahrenheit. So that means it's giving me an extra 0.5 degrees Fahrenheit error. So the error can be positive, the error can be negative. Error is always there. Bottom line, what we're trying to understand here is the first basic fundamental, or you may say universal rule here is, you may buy the most costliest equipment, or you may say the perfect equipment in the world. There's nothing called perfect. You'll always have an error in the system, in the equipment that you use. So first thing first, we're talking about measurement error here. We're talking about this. This is the measurement error. We are trying to understand how much is that in our data that we will be collecting. So if you are using an equipment to collect data, you must validate if it is trustworthy. Like in this case, can I trust this thermometer? I need to check before I collect the temperature data using this thermometer. I need to check and validate, is this good? Can I use this? Like, is this kind of error? Because every equipment in the world, so bottom line, no equipment in the world is perfect. Every equipment has some error. If you get a very good equipment, the error will be minimal, negligible, but it will be there. There's nothing called perfect. If you have a bad one, then you'll have a big error. Bottom line, you cannot negate, you cannot say that I have a perfect equipment. You will always have a equipment which will have some error. Now, the question is, because if you're going to collect data and if you're using an equipment to collect the data, you must know how much is the error. So the first thing first, we like to know how much is the error, because we know it's there. Once you find how much is the error, then you will be able to take a decision. Then we take decision if it is okay with us or not. There are certain criteria. We'll understand how do we decide it's okay, how much error is okay. We'll decide, we'll look into it. Certain rules are there. So, but first thing first, we must know how much is the error in the equipment, and then we'll take the decision whether it's okay with us or not. If it is okay, then use the equipment, simple as that. That means I can rely on this equipment. If it is not, then fix the equipment, get it repaired, buy a new one, whatever may be the case. If you're not okay with that kind of error, you got to change the equipment or repair it, simple as that. But you got to make sure that if you are using an equipment, you must check and validate, is it trustworthy or not? So equipment error is always there. That's what we got to keep in mind. That with respect to measurement system analysis. Now, say just for an argument's sake, we were trying to check the waiting time in the restaurant. So how do I check the waiting time? I'm probably using some stopwatch. So the moment the customer has placed the order, I'll start my stopwatch. And the moment the customer receives the food on the table, I'll stop my stopwatch. That's how I'll get to know the waiting time. Now, what if the stopwatch is running too fast? What if it's running too slow? Then the waiting time data that you will get will be wrong. And every equipment has some error. So even in that stopwatch, you will have error. Either it may be running too fast, or it may be running too slow, or there will be some bit of error which is always there. Secondly, if your data collection process has manual intervention, that means people collect data. It's not an automated process. If people are going to collect the data, people will physically go and use that equipment and collect the data. If people are involved in the data collection process, there's nothing called perfect. You may have the most experienced person to do the job, still that person will make error. You can never have a perfect data from human beings. Like we're not robots, we will make errors. Well, experienced person will make less error, and inexperienced one will make a lot of errors. But error will always be there. You may become tired, you may become lazy, you may become overconfident, but error will always come if there are people involved. It's a manual process, there will be error. Bottom line, error is always there when people are involved in data collection. Question is, how much is the error? Again, then we will take the decision if it's okay with us or not. Some error will be there. You can't negate that. Some error will be there. But how much is that? Again, a criteria, certain rules are there. We'll look into it. But we will take a decision when we know how much is the error. That's what we want to find out first. So all in all, we want to understand, like, whenever you're going to collect the data collection process, if it involves human intervention, people are going to collect the data physically, they're going to collect the data, you must know how much error they are making. So we're talking about the stopwatch. What if the equipment, the stopwatch we are using, it's not that, like, it has some error, but most of the error is caused by the person. What if I start the stopwatch early, before the customer has even given the order? I start it. Now my waiting time has started, where the customer has not even given the order yet. What if I start it late? What if I stop it early? What if I stop it late? I will get wrong data. So error will always be there. If human beings are involved, we will make an error. So all in all, what we're trying to understand here is, what is this measurement system analysis? When we wish to assess or analyze basically the error contributed by the measurement system. When we say measurement system, it is the equipment plus the operator, the person. When we want to analyze the amount of error contributed by the measurement system, we call it as measurement system analysis, or in short, MSA. All we want to find out, can I trust this equipment? Can I trust these people who will be collecting the data? If it is not trustworthy, then technically I don't need the data. It's bad. I cannot use it for analysis. So this is my primary purpose of MSA, because management is very like concerned about this, because they do not want to waste their money, time, effort. So yes, you need to pass this test. You need to give this evidence that yes, the people involved in the data collection, they know their job and they are making error, but which is very minimal. And the equipment we're using is also very good. It has some error, but under acceptable limits. So yes, we can trust the data that we will be getting from this process. Now, how do we check equipment error? So equipment error, we have a process called repeatability. Repeatability is also known as test retest method. Now, what do we do in repeatability? Let's understand this. Simple. So I had the thermometer sort of thing. Let me just give you a small, just a vague example so that we can relate with it. Okay, we're done. Now, what do we do in repeatability? To check the equipment error, how much is the error in the equipment? We do a repeatability test. We measure same part using same equipment by the same person multiple times. Any variation we see in measurement is attributed to the equipment. Let's understand this. Same part, we talk about the same part, same equipment, same operator. That's what we're talking about, same. We measure same part, same equipment, same person, multiple times. What is the part here? The patient, which is being checked. Equipment, the same thermometer. So we're not changing the thermometer. Whatever, pardon me for the spelling. Operator is the same doctor. Say, well, so the patient's body temperature cannot keep changing every single minute. So nothing is changing. The patient has a body temperature. It can't fluctuate every minute. Thermometer, if it's good or bad, it's going to remain the same. It's good, it'll remain good. It'll bad, it'll remain bad. It won't change within like 5-10 minutes. Same operator. So the style, technique, knowledge will not change. So bottom line, nothing is changing. If you're getting these kind of readings, well, God save the patient. Well, body temperature can't keep fluctuating like this every single way. This is your thermometer, which is when we're looking at equipment error. We do repeatability test. This variation that we see here, that is what is coming from equipment. Same equipment, same part, same operator. We take multiple readings and we see, is there a variation there? Yes, that's coming from equipment. When we talk about operator error, we get it through reproducibility. In reproducibility, what we do, we measure same part using same equipment, but by different operators. Any variation in operator readings will be attributed to operator differences. The bottom line, you check something or I check something, say if there's a weight of a part is 5 kilograms, it will not change whether you measure or I measure. The equipment is same, the part is same. The only thing is which is changing is you are measuring and I'm measuring it. Probably you have a different style and technique of measuring it, and I have a different style and technique of measuring it. Yes, that means we are not on the same page. Our styles, techniques, they are different, and that's causing data variation. The data should remain consistent. We cannot have the data changing because two different people are measuring it. Practically, we would like to understand these two things, which is repeatability and reproducibility, and we have to keep them minimal. We have to kind of negate them. How do we uh, check this? Now, we check this using, again, it will be dependent on type of data. We kind of, whatever kind of data we're using, if you are dealing with continuous data, the name of the test we will be using is called gauge R&R ANOVA. Now, if I expand this, it is gauge repeatability and reproducibility. ANOVA stands for analysis of variance. When you want to analyze the variance coming because of your repeatability, which is equipment, and reproducibility, which is operator differences, that's what we deal in. And this is MSA test, the name of the test. You need minimum of 30 samples, readings basically, for completing this test. And in case of a discrete, or basically the attribute data, the name of the test is AAA, which is attribute agreement analysis. You need minimum of 60 readings for this test. That's how we will have these two tests through which we will check whether data is good, people are good, and like there are criterias, rules which we'll look at, but practically we got to keep this in mind. These are the two tests that we will be using. First thing first, let's look at gauge R&R ANOVA. How do we do the test and how do we interpret whether it's good or bad? So the data files that we have got in that file, let me go back to this. So these are the data files. If you look at data files for class, in that we have the measure folder. In the same folder where we had sample size formula, same folder we have two Excel sheets. One is gauge R&R crossed, another is AAA. So I'll open up both of them because we'll need it, and AAA also. Okay, let's see if we've got them open. No, just one. Let's see, AAA also. Perfect. All right, so let's start with gauge R&R first. Now, let's understand the data, this how we need to plot the data, because if you don't have the data in the right order, Minitab will not be able to read it and will give you an error. So first, let's understand the data, how you need to plot the data, and then we'll perform the test on Minitab. So ignore this one for now, because but the data needs to be collected in and presented in this format. First, let's understand what are we doing here. Okay, this is how I've kind of constructed the data. The data collection has happened. We had so this is say from some stationery manufacturing, like office stationery stuff. Like so we had a pen, like which we wanted to measure. These are the weight of the pen. So we picked up a pen, a sample from the entire process. We picked up a pen and we measured the weight. The appraiser one uses some weighing scale and measures the weight, like 1.65 grams, probably whatever it is. Measured it once again, 1.6. Measured it once again, 1.7. Can you tell me what activity has been completed by the first operator?
Repeatability.
Thank you. Repeatability. Same equipment, yes. Same weighing scale. Same operator, yes. The same operator. And same part, yes. We talk about the same pen being checked 3 times. We see variation. The equipment has already started showing you signs of variation. There is some problem in the equipment. The pen weight cannot keep changing. You have a faulty equipment which is giving you different weights. Now what we did is we gave the same pen to the second operator, another quality person, probably who's looking into the process metrics. This person again does the same stuff. This person also does his bit of repeatability. He checks the pen first time, second time, third time. Some variation here also. So it's evident that equipment is giving you wrong readings. And here also we see some bit of variation is there. Because we have involved multiple operators, we have also completed reproducibility. So what do we do in reproducibility? Same equipment, yes, the same weighing scale. Same part, yes, the same pen. And assessed by different operators, yes. And we see different readings for different operators. So there's a difference in the style and technique of different operators also, which is influencing the readings. One, we have a problem in the equipment also, and we have a problem by different operators also. Every operator has a different unique style or technique of taking the measurements, which is also impacting the data readings. Similarly, we picked up another part from the process. So we picked up a pencil, and we have got like different readings. So similarly, we carry out the same activities for different parts. You could have parts ranging from lightweight to heavyweight, different parts, because as an organization, you may be manufacturing different stuff. So some could be lightweight parts, some could be heavyweight parts, some could be medium weight part. All in all, we're trying to take these readings across all possible range of production that you do, so that you tend to check, is my process data correct or not? Whatever correct data we collect, we want to check the weight of the parts being manufactured. So we'd like to check it for everything, like every possible thing that we measure or we manufacture. So starting from low weight to medium to high, we've taken the measurement for different parts. Now that's how we got the measurement. Now I cannot use gauge RNR just like this. I have to construct the data in this format. Like, so first, all the readings of operator 1, we are done with all the readings. Now the same stuff, all the readings of operator 2, then followed by all the readings of operator 3. Simple. The same thing has been plotted. So technically, we need all the measurement data in one single column. We need all the appraiser data in one column and all the parts number in one column. So in an organization, this could be part number. We have given a name so that we can relate with it. It could be part numbers, SKU, SKU number, or whatever. So different parts are there which you're checking by which is being checked by different operators. All we want to see, are they measuring the data correct, like this, the weight correctly or not? It's a continuous data, weight. Now, we have to look at a basic equation here, which we will come across when we do the test. We will see this thing we need to understand first. Total variation in the data that we see in this data, any variation that we see, it's a combination of three things. Part to part variation, we'll understand what's that. And I've already written it's not an error. This is not an error. We'll understand what is that. Equipment variation, we've already seen. Equipment error, definitely yes, that's a problem. That's an error, which we want to find out. How much is the variation or error in the equipment because of equipment? We want to find that out. Operator variation, we've already seen the differences in the operator understanding. Yes, these two are my reasons why I'm doing measurement system analysis. Measurement system error. Measurement system error will be equipment and the operator, which is, this is the reason why I'm doing the MSA. I want to find out how much is the error. And these are the errors which I don't want. But what is this part to part variation and why it is not an error? What it means, say, when I'm measuring this part, say for just an example, we have picked up a part pencil. This part versus say this part. Would the readings be different? This is one part and this is another part. Part to part, one part to another part. The variation will be there, definitely there, which is not an error. This could be light, heavyweight part. This could be lightweight part. So part to part, one part to another part, variation will be there. This is a lightweight part. This is a heavyweight part. So variation between the readings of one part versus another part, it is not an error because it's the weight of the part always different. But variation within the part is not acceptable. Within the part by the same person or by different people, this is an error. Equipment error, operator error is seen like this. But this versus this is not an error because they're different parts. We can't call this as error versus probably you're measuring something else. One part to another part, they could be different. You can't call this as error because they are different parts. They will weigh differently. Is this clear what is part to part and why it is not an error?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So now, before we go back and perform the test, basic fundamentals with respect to gauge RNR, let's kind of write it here itself, or with respect to measurement system analysis.
Just for clarification,
Yes,
part
yes,
part, it's going to be a Actual to actual, we need to do it, or observed value?
No, actual. So whatever we are measuring, actual. Absolutely. The actual, whatever we take as reading.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. Now we need minimum of 2 operators. We have taken 3. So you need minimum of 2 operators. Otherwise, you will not have reproducibility. If you have more, that's good. But minimum, you need 2 operators. Otherwise, there'll be no comparison. You will not be able to do reproducibility. So minimum 2 operators are required. We have seen that minimum, we did three times. We measured it 3 times. We need to measure, we need minimum of 2 repetition, at least 2 times, first time and second time, so that you will have repeatability. If you can do more, well, that's good. If you can do more, so we did three times. So everyone measured it three times. Bottom line, you need minimum 2 repetition to call it as repeatability. One will not help. So basic factor, you need 2 operators minimum. You need minimum of 2 repetition to do the MSA. Higher the better, definitely yes. You will have more clarity in the data, but minimum is this. Now, having said that, basic fundamental. If we measure a part 2 times, then every part must be measured 2 times by all operators. If we do it 3 times, then every part must be measured 3 times by all operators. It has to be balanced. So it can't be like when we measuring one part 2 times, another part 3 times. No, it has to be consistent. It has to be balanced. You cannot do inconsistent measurement. So whatever you decide as a team, okay, well, we measured it, we are going to measure it 4 times every part. Well, please do it, but keep this in mind. Everyone has to measure every part 4 times. It has to be consistent. So minimum, how much more you can do, again, it's all about your bandwidth, how much time, effort, resources you have. You can decide that. Now, let's go back to Minitab and paste this data, and keep this in mind. As we discussed, the data needs to be plotted in this format. I'll copy paste this data on Minitab, and let's understand how to do it. So I go to Stat, I go to Quality Tools, and here Gauge Study, and here I go down to Gauge Study Crossed. Gauge R&R Study Crossed. We click on this one. Now, part will be in part number, so double click the part, it'll go to part number. Operator is the appraiser, the people who are involved, appraiser. Measurement data is the measurement. So part, appraiser, and the measurement. The method of analysis is ANOVA. So it's Gauge R&R ANOVA method is being used. Click OK. You are done. Simply, your test analysis is completed, but let's have a look at the data and see whether it's good, bad, ugly. But let's have a look at the graph first, and then we'll look at the data. Let me just get this chart. Okay. Now, let's have a look at this chart first. Component of variation. We are going to concentrate on the blue bars, the red or maroon, whatever color is there. We will ignore them for now. The decision will be taken by the maroon or red bars. Whether it's acceptable or not, the decision will come from the red or maroon ones. But we'll come to that later. But first, let's concentrate on the blue bars only. Let me go back to the first blue bar. It says part to part. Keep this in mind. This is not a variation. I take my cursor here. It says 88.8863. Let me go back, 88.8863. Let me go back to that sheet and go back here. Let me just write it here. Part to part, it says 88.8863. So let me make it 88.89, 2 places of decimal. Let me round it off, 88.89. So let's go back to the next. It says reproducibility is the one, reproducibility, the blue one, 8.58. 8.58 is the operator variation we see here. 8.58, let's put operator variation 8.58. Let's see what is the equipment error. Repeatability, blue one. 2.53%. 2.53 is the contribution here, 2.53. equipment. Now, keep this in mind. All in all, what we wanted to do is find out how much is this one. In this sample data, we've collected uh, equipment error. Well, I can clearly see that operators are making a big time issue here. The difference in the style and technique is causing much error as compared to equipment. Having said that, I'm not saying equipment is good. Well, I'm not saying this is okay. Well, we'll understand what's the criteria, but just by prima facie, you can see that operators are absolutely bizarre, bad. Equipment is causing error, but not in comparison to the operator like operators one. But what is the total error because of equipment and operator? This plus this. 11.11%. Let's go back to this one. Gauge R and R, repeatability and reproducibility total. So this plus this, 11.11%. That's what we see here, the blue one. So if we go back here on the Excel sheet, let's add up all these values. The total variation of the data is equal to part plus equipment plus the operator. 100% variation is explained by these three components, and which is, this is not an error. This is why we are doing this entire test. This is what is represented by this particular data set. This is the variation we see in this equipment, in this data. Now, is it acceptable or not? Let's look at some more stuff, and then we'll come back to the decision criteria. Now this says measurement by part. Every part was measured 3 times by every person. So there would be 9 measurements. Like we go back to the Excel sheet, we see there were 9 measurements for everyone, like 3 here, 3, 3, total 9 measurements. Now, if I go back and look at this chart, it says brush. I can see the measurement starts from 1.65 and goes till 1.85. If we look at the data Excel sheet also, you'll find that it's like long, like lot of variation here. The blue dot you see is the average of average of all those measurements. And I see just by this measurement line, it's like too much scattered, high variation in measuring. Color pen is absolutely bad. Look at this huge variation. The line itself tells you it starts from, the people have also audited this as 1.5, and they've even audited this as 1.85. A lot of variation. Blue is the average of all those readings. Look at this. Perfect. Everyone said exactly the same thing. Look at these very, very minimum variation. So there are certain parts where people are finding it easy to measure and they are not creating a lot of variation, but some parts have high variation. People are not finding it easy. And when I'm creating a training plan for my people, I will make sure that I will specifically create a training plan to train them how to measure these parts. So training need analysis, the TNA that we do, will help, will come from this. So I know which parts are causing most error in the data and people are finding it difficult. So we will ensure that these parts are taken into the training plan. These parts people are sort of very good. So pretty much we can exclude them. I have tried to kind of like, this is sort of, let me increasing the graph size. Okay, let's see if it works. Perfect. Give me one quick second. Okay, I think that should be fine now. Thanks, Tahir. Okay, yes. So just size itself explains everything. Like you have like a long range of all these values. Like here, people are finding it like easy. It's easy sort of thing. Yeah, like high variation is there. That's what we look at it. Now, keep this in mind. These samples were same. So there would have been consistent. There should have been consistent data. And consistent data means, if you remember box plot, if I have a data and if I make a box plot out of it, the box plot should have looked same. For the same set of data, different people measured it differently, and you look at the box plots for the data. All the reading of operator 1, they created a box plot. All the reading of operator 2, they created a box plot, and similarly for 3. The parts were same, but the type of measurement was different. That's the way they measured it different, and hence you see different type of box plot for everyone. You look at the IQ range, all different parameters that you look for comparing box plots. The size itself tells you like there is a huge difference in the style and technique of different operators, which is further helping us understand why we had high operator variation. That's what it tells you. Difference in the style and technique, which is validated by this box plots. The data is different for different people. Now we want to find who is the culprit here, or probably who is not syncing with the group. So we look at this, the color coding. The color coding will talk about which operator is 1, 2, and 3. If I look at this one, generally, if you see the red one, the second one, is generally who's measuring on the lower side, always on the lower side. Generally, really conservative on the lower side only. This person tends to have little conservative readings. And the green one, if I see, is generally like on a higher side, always on the higher side sort of thing. So this person is more liberal in his readings also. And like bottom line, I get to see on which part, which operator is kind of deviating more. So it helps me further understand. It tells me color pen was giving you most variation. Who is contributing that to the high variation? The green one here is giving you exceptionally high values, because of which you have a big. So bottom line, it helps you understand which operator is causing that variation by looking. So these two will become a part of your training plan, like when you're trying to do the analysis, which part needs to be included, which trainer, which operator needs to be kind of coached and counseled more, because they're not in sync here. Who is like, this one is absolutely bad. So similarly, this is how we understand and interpret this one. We will be skipping these charts for now. Why? Because these are control charts, and we will, when we do the control phase, pretty much this will start making sense. But for now, it'll be too early. Otherwise, we'll start the control phase. But these are as simple as you can draw by hand. Again, that's how control charts are. They are so simple. So we'll understand when we get there automatically. But for now, whatever we have kind of covered up in this chart, is that okay with everyone? Is it clear? The decision has not been
Yes.
taken yet.
Yeah. Can you explain it one more time, please?
Yeah, sure.
Thank you so much.
The blue bar is what we talk about, the actual contribution in the data, what is coming from the blue bar. So part to part, we know it's not a variation, which is 88.89 sort of thing. If I round off, operator variation is causing about 8.58%, which is high. Repeatability is equipment error, which is 2.53. I'm still not saying it's good or bad, but less than operator definitely is. The total of this plus this will be the total measurement system error, which is 11.11%, which is, I will understand if it's good or bad, but yes, that's how it is. The red bars is going to give you the decision that it's good or bad. This chart talks about the measurements which were done for every part. So if you see a consistent reading like this, that means everyone measured this part exactly every time. Like you have less variation like here, but there is some, but less. But as compared to this one, like the people are finding it difficult to measure this color pen, or for that matter, brush or duster. But yeah, gel pens, people are finding it easy, pencil, scale, and all that. So people are finding it easy to measure this with slight variation. These parts needs to be emphasized when we are training our operators, because they are finding it difficult to measure these parts. They have a big problem here. And we look at these graphs again, we understand the data is same, the parts were same. So if I measure them correctly, everyone measures them same, the box plot shape would have been same, which is not the case here. So different people have measured it differently, and that's why we see a different size box plot for the same parts, which is bad. And that also validates that we have high variation in operator, because different people have different styles. And if we want to further validate who is deviating from the group, because when you look at brush, this guy has given most of his readings which on lower side. Blue and the green one are kind of merged here, so more like they are in sync, but this guy is not in sync with the group. Here everyone is like not in sync with anyone else, so they have got high variation, which is kind of validated, like there's a high variation here. And we will understand, we really need to work on this particular part in training people, because this guy is generally like measuring on higher side every time, a little higher up, and this one is generally measuring on lower side always. So it just helps you to prepare a training plan on a specific part and know who is the culprit and like who is not kind of merging with the group. Is that okay?
Just for clarification, in first
Yes.
graph, blue color is the gauge variation, whereas red color is for another part, or?
No, red one is the decision criteria. So this is just for the sample data. Because of this sample data, you end up predicting about the entire process, which is the decision will come for the entire people. Can we trust the data or not? Is this this amount of error, is this acceptable or not? So that decision will be coming from the red or maroon bars. which we look at in the data. It's there in the data. It's there in the, like when we look at the data, we'll be able to understand what, because the decision will come from these. Is the pressure 3 more precise in variation and is minimum compared to others? Uh, the variation is less in case of operator 3. His data is consistent with himself, but on certain cases he tends to give more, like on the upper side. But yeah, if he has given 3 readings, he has given 3 readings consistently above. He's more precise, yes, but not accurate, that I would say. Like, so definitely he's generally giving readings on a higher side, but his readings are more consistent because there's less variation in his data. So whatever values he's giving, he is not giving 2 erratic values. Whatever values he's giving, if he's giving 3 values which are consistently higher, that's why we see them like these are, they're higher. Like say, like if you look at data, color pen, have a look at this color pen. Color pen. See, they have been giving 1.5, 1.6. He has been consistently giving like high, more consistent, like more consistent amount in his readings. His data will not show a lot of variation. Like his readings will be always very, very close to each other. As compared to other one, they will have like a lot of up and down. His readings are more consistent. So definitely, yes, we look at it. It helps you understand who needs more like hand holding and which part needs to be focused more. Is that okay?
Yes, thank you.
I haven't get about the components of variation maroon color study.
This one, right? We haven't covered that. We haven't covered, and that's what I'm coming to. The decision criteria. So, like barring that, like let's look at the data from where we will be able to understand the maroon part of it. Let's look at this. We go back. This is the blue one, and this is the maroon one. So the data will help us understand this. Gauge RNR, the variance component we looked at, total was 11.11, equipment was 2.53, operator was 8.58. So you add these two, it becomes 11.11, which is the total, the first bar. Part to part was 88.89. So this data was making the blue bars. We saw that. The blue bars and the data which we captured here, this is coming from the blue bar. We have picked it up. This is coming from here. But based on this sample data, now we predict about the entire process. Is this trustworthy? The decision criteria will be assessed from there. Based on this data, this is further calculated. The variance is converted into standard deviation and into 6 standard deviation. Why is that? It'll be, it's a, like, again, we're getting into like why 6 standard deviation, we'll understand when we get to the analyze phase. And then from there, it can calculate this particular data. So for now, the decision criteria will come from this section. This is where we get to understand, is it acceptable or not? Percentage study variation, the rule. So the rule, which is standard universal, let's kind of write it down so that we have, and that will be the maroon bar or the red bar decision criteria. We'll just look at that and we take the decision. Percentage study variation. If it is less than 10%, you have an excellent measurement system. You have a good measurement system. That means your equipment and operators, they are trustworthy. They are making very, very minimal variation. You can go ahead and start using that equipment and people for data collection. If it is between 10 and 30%, it is up to management. So marginally acceptable. Now that is up to the management. Management's approval is required, but that's only theory. And in reality, there's something else. Theory, this is what it says. Greater than 30% is too much of variation, too bad. You have bad people, you have bad equipment. Reject it straight away. No further discussions. You have too much of variation to digest. Now, in real world, this is what theory says. Real world, you only work with this. No management will let you work on a data which has error and too much error in it. So bottom line, if you have more variation, then you got to fix your equipment. If you have too much variation coming from operators, then you got to fix your operators, get them trained. Bottom line, in real world, nobody goes beyond 10%. This is nobody would like to kind of risk so much of money because you have a wrong data, because that will cause a lot of things. So yeah, theory, it can say management will, if in case management is okay with it, they might say, okay, it's this kind of error, we are okay with sort of error. Now that's where it looks good in theory, but in real world, nobody bothers to go beyond 10, because we want to look at real data, accurate data. We don't want to like end up in a mess later on when like by, because based on this data, we will be making a lot of interpretation, a lot of investment will be done. We don't mess with that. Now, if we look at everything else also, so overall, the overall percentage study variation for total is 33.34%. And keep this in mind, the way you were able to add this up, this is not additive. You can't add this. This is not like this. So 33, 15, 29, 94, it can't add up to 100%. Standard deviations are not additive. Variance is additive. Standard deviation is not additive because it's coming from a function of it. So you can't add it up. Bottom line, what you're looking at in predicting about the entire process, what is your total measurement system error? 33.34% in the rejection zone. But when you want to understand how much is the equipment and how much is the operator, equipment is 15.91%. So it's in the mid zone. Yeah, if you might want to say that it's okay, it's just above 10. Well, let's still be okay with the equipment. Again, your call. But in real world, nobody bothers to go with 15% as okay. They will still make you fix and repair the equipment to get it below 10. And this is absolutely bad. People are any which way is touching almost 30%, which is bad. So technically, you have a problem. And I would straight away reject the measurement system that it's bad. Equipment is in the marginal zone, but yes, I will still not work with it. So for me, I will have to submit this report. This will go in a PowerPoint presentation or any kind of report. You have to share this report with the management that we did measurement system analysis and we failed. This equipment and the operators are not trustworthy. So yes, we will have to prepare a report, send it to the management, and that we are sending the equipment for repair, or we have to buy a new one in case it doesn't get fixed. And this is the training plan, and this is the date when we will be conducting the training. And accordingly, you have to complete those activities, submit the evidence that you've got the equipment repaired, or you have to submit that you've purchased a new one, and the training has been completed. And again, you have to do the gauge R&R to validate, yes, this has been done. So an easy way to get the reports done is the same data. The one which we did was a traditional way. The report version or easy version is go to assistant. It has the first option. Click on this. It says you have a data type, measurement data. Yes, you are talking continuous data. What is the objective? You want to set up the study. That means you want to collect the data. No, we want to analyze the data. The data is with us. So we click on this one. Operators, put the operators appraiser. Parts, adds parts. Measurement as measurement. Now it's asking for process variation information. Do you know the process historical standard deviation? If you have it, put it here. If you're not, then click on this estimates from the data. Whatever data we have got, calculate the standard deviation from this data, the variation from this data. Well, that's fine. We click on this. That is all. Click OK. It generates all the reports for you that you need to share with the management. Let me enlarge this. Have a look at this. Okay. It explains all the rules also. They'll tell you you are in the red zone. It also it generally gives you this breakup of 0 to 10, 10 to 30, greater than 30, you are in the red zone. How many operators, how many parts, how many times you repeat it. The rules are given, the explanation is given. You take your cursor here, tells you the variation. It tells you the equipment. You see, it's crossing the green one. It's getting into the mid zone, yellow one. I will still say it's bad for me, equipment. This is almost touching the 30 limit. So you want to make a personalized thing. Well, double click on this. Your thing gets opened up. Make a personalized note here, like so. Hence, the MSA failed, and we will be sending whatever. Just mention the comments. Make a personalized report for yourself. Some explanation has already been done by Minitab. Click OK. It comes back here. So you're done with this, and let's kind of click OK. It will stay there. You can copy paste and take this the way we have kind of save it, copy, and wherever we want to take it. This report is ready. Just scroll down. Second report. It gives you all that information here also. These are even clear. That was a small thing. Pretty much this gets clear picture, who's deviating and all that stuff. Bottom line, it gives you all the information. So this is the report version. Just copy paste and share with your management. You will get to understand how much is the variation here. Is that okay with everyone? How to do this? Everyone is able to understand. That was the traditional way what we did, but this is the report version which you can generally use like for copy paste and share with the management. These are ready reports for you. Is that okay with everyone?
Yeah, yeah. By the way, Mr. Sesh, I have question.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's okay. Will this gauge R&R study for measurement will be applicable for like in customer service improvement, something like that,
Um,
or is it just for physical items for measurement?
See, technically, wherever you are using an equipment, so if you are like in a service industry, also we were talking about like the time related thing. We were using a stopwatch. I was talking about a stopwatch being used. That's where also we can use it because we have the items here. The parts would be every customer invoice or customer will be the part, and and we would like to kind of measure by three different people the same waiting time. That's what we can be. So you can uh, it's more to do with the manufacturing industry. See, you need to have some sort of equipment involvement, some sort of like the people involvement. But in general, you say it's more to do with the manufacturing industry. When you talk about service industry, like the other one, which is attribute agreement analysis, that's where you will end up using this one this one is used both for service industry and manufacturing industry. Both use this one. Like Gauge Arnav will be technically more about the manufacturing industry because they end up using the equipments day in day out for various activities. Physical products technically gets used in this one.
Oh, I see. Thanks for that.
Okay. Uh, Going back to AAA. Now this one will be uh, used primarily. So let's have a look at this data. Now we have got two data sets, like even in the previous sheet, like we have one for practice. So do practice the other one. Like we worked on this one, this file. You have a second tab which you can use for kind of analyze practicing it. The gauge are now we did first one. Like let's see, kind of. So you have another file which you can practice later on for making and like practicing this once again. Uh, and similarly, in this attribute agreement analysis, we've got two data sets. One we will work on, and second you can practice. You can also practice on. So we have two data sets. Will work on the second one. So just to kind of understand how AAA is done. Now, this is about some sort of. Let me go back to this one, like the Excel sheet here. Okay. Let's understand this on an Excel first, like, and then we'll take it up on Minitab. Now, attribute data is more of a judgment based data. Here we're not talking using any equipment, no measurement data. This is about like good, bad, pass, fail sort of thing. So practically, I am relying on someone's interpretation. Now, this data is about some recruitment a firm, some this panel is about some HR firm. Let's kind of so these guys, right? We have got like Janet, Chris, and Sam. They're recruiters. They're on a panel, so they hire for a company, and they're taking some assessments, like some they're recruiting some people. So there's interview which is going on. It's going on Monday. So the first this is going on Monday. No measurement happening as such. Now, let me just shade them differently so that we can relate with them. Now, what happened? Like the first candidate came in, and these three people are sitting in the same room, and they're recruitment panelists. So three people are sitting together, and they're taking the interview of this person. So there are certain set of questions the people are asking based on the interview, how the interview went. They have understanding about the organization requirements, the protocols they need to follow in order to hire a person or reject a person. What are the criterias? See, organization criteria has to be standard. It cannot change from one person to another. Every organization has certain standards, certain protocols, parameters basis which I'll say it's good or it's bad. The person should be hired or should be rejected. Now I want to be sure that people who are into this recruitment panel, they are of the same opinion, and that's what we would like to gauge. Is there consistency? Is there right? So Janet says, well, this guy is not good. For me, it's fail. Chris says fail. Sam says fail. Well, that's good. Well, we have clarity of thought. Everyone has same opinion. Well, that's good. Second candidate came in, pass, pass, and fail. Now we have a problem. who doesn't know the job. The same person cannot be good and bad both. Is either the person is good to be hired or the person is bad, not good to be hired. But it can't be both. So somebody is here who is not clear about the company parameters, and either Sam is wrong or both Janet and Chris could be wrong. But somebody is there who is not doing the job correctly, who doesn't know good to be hired or not. Let's see some more. Fail, 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 which is good. Pass, 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 fail. Another one. Something is wrong here. Well, I cannot let my recruitment process of my organization be at the stake of someone's wills and fancies, someone's interpretation. These people are hiring. That cannot be on someone's interpretation. I need to have standard. I need to have a basic fundamental which needs to be followed religiously for everyone. We cannot have such a screwed up process. This is bad. When people are not able to get to consensus, different people are, same person is termed as good and same person is being termed as bad. No, that can't be done at an organization level. You need to have standard. You need to speak the same language like an army. That's how it has to be. We should speak the same language. Yeah, there will be some bit of discrepancy. We're not robots. We will think differently, yes, but in most of the cases, the reason why we have standards and protocols laid down clearly is to make sure that the variation between our understanding should be minimal, because we don't have a measurement metric here. We have to ensure that we have a common understanding about how something is good or bad should be consistent among everyone. With few accepted errors, that's fine. But yes, that has to be minimal. So first, what we're trying to understand here is between appraisers agreement percentage. How many times do we agree? How many times do we speak the same language? Or how many times do we disagree with each other? 90% is industry benchmark. We look for minimum 90% match. If you don't match 90%, that means you're not talking the same thing, pretty much. 10% we still give a leeway. Well, we understand there will be difference of opinion. Different people think differently, but that has to be minimum as possible at an organization level, because you're impacting the organization future. Now, say this said, we were done with this. Let's look at other parameters. The 4 different parameters we'll be looking at. Entire session was being recorded. We had this being recorded, and what we do is after this recording, after 3-4 days or 5 days, like on Friday, we play these recordings to them, and we do not share what was their prior record rating they gave, whether good or bad, so they don't get it. So we play these recordings in a randomized order. So first we played recording of 10th candidate, then we played a recording of 4th candidate in a randomized order. So they don't can't even recall what is good, bad, what they shared last time. So different people get different recordings in a randomized order, but same people, same session. So now I want to see whether Janet is able to maintain the consistency, or forget about everyone else. Is she consistent with herself? But if I am changing my verdict, then God save, pretty much. Well, I am not in sync with myself in that case. Let's see. Fail, fail, pass, pass, fail, fail. Well, perfect, 100%. So Janet seems to have an absolute clarity about what she said on Monday. She's repeating exactly the same thing on Friday. She has absolutely clear fundamentals that what and she's not deviating or contradicting her verdict. 100% match. Well, great. Let's look at Chris. Fail, fail, pass, pass. Well, we have got one here. I don't know what to do with you. Well, let's look at this. We have, I guess, one more here. Yep. Well, I don't know. You're not sure yourself. Monday you say good, another year saying you pass. Well, if you have so much of contradiction with yourself, I cannot trust your readings. You yourself not sure what's good and bad. How should I kind of trust your readings? So yes, then we also check for within appraiser agreement percentage. We still understand we human beings, we will have some sort of variations industry wise, best practice, minimum 90%. 10% we still give a benefit of doubt. That's how it works. Let's go back and kind of get rid of these. Okay. Now, once we're done with this, now what we do is we bring in an expert here. An expert, who is this expert? This expert could be the client for whom we are working, who defines the rule, what is pass and fail. The client, probably we are recruiting for client. So client will lay down the parameters that this is what we need to look for in a candidate, and versus these other things which we should mark down. So client defines the rule and we should follow those rules. You can't create your own rules. We have to follow as per the client. Or this could be head of department. This could be one probably who is probably you're the boss, and you have your team. You have laid down certain rules. They must understand the rule. They must understand how you look at things as pass or fail, and they have to imitate the same thing. So this expert could be head of the department, the one who has created the rules, or the one whom you will follow as a standard. This person cannot be wrong. What we do is we get these people audited through the video, whatever, we get them audited by this person. This is chosen as a final verdict. Now we want to assess, are we in sync with this expert, or we have created our own rules and standards ourselves? Let's see. So each appraiser versus standard will be compared. Again, we understand there will be some variations. Let's see. Fail, fail, fail with Janet. Pass, pass, pass. Will be good here. Okay, let's see. Janet, who did not contradict herself, is not in sync with the client. Client says fail, and Janet has 2 times consistently said, no, this guy should be hired. She has to learn how client says pass or fail. Well, we have one more. We have one more. Our role model is just started now looking bad. 4 contradictions. And you can see every time client said fail, she has said pass. So she is more liberal in hiring people and overlooking those factors which should be used to kind of like not hire for somebody. She is more liberal in like passing something which is rejected. So she needs to be coached and counseled. She has probably learned something incorrect and she is doing that consistently. That's what we're trying to figure out here. So she is not matching, like I see it's a 20 readings. So 16 she has matched. So 16 by 20 is 80%. So yeah, pretty much she's less than 90%. So 20% is the failure rate in her case. So 80% she's matching, 16 readings she's matched, 4 out of 20 she's not matching. So 80% match is what she is kind of able to do in this case. So each appraiser, similarly, 2 readings of Chris will be compared with the expert, 2 readings of Sam will be compared with the expert, and that's how we go for each appraiser versus standard. And similarly, we put now all appraisers versus standard. This is also 90%. We must pass all these criteria. If you don't, pretty much you know who is the culprit and you need to train that person on the client parameters if you don't pass any of these. Now, the agreement percentage that we call is referred as kappa value. Agreement percentage, that's referred as kappa value. Let's kind of get this done on Minitab. Copy paste this data on Minitab. Let's kind of check this out. It'll just get this data information for us. Oops. Copy paste this on Minitab. Okay. We got the data here. Go to stats, quality tools, and then we go to attribute agreement analysis. Click on this attribute agreement analysis. Click on this. Now, my data doesn't support this version because my data is in multiple columns. So I select this button, multiple columns. It says enter trials for each appraiser together. So all the readings must be put in here for the operators. I click in this box, I'll see the readings. So I'll put the Janet 1, Janet 2, Chris 1, Chris 2, Sam 1, Sam 2. So this is one way of adding the readings. Second, I prefer the other version, which is I click on Janet once, press the shift button and keep pressing it while you click on Sam 2. So first, how I did it, I just clicked once, press the shift and keep pressing your shift while you click on Sam 2. So everything gets selected, click on select. Janet 1 till Sam 2 gets selected. Now it says number of appraisers. You had 3 appraisers, Janet, Chris, and Sam. How many times did they try? 2 times. One, so first, second, 2 times. Do you have their name? Yes. And we have to write their name in the same order the way we have in the sheet. Janet, Chris, and Sam with a space in between. Janet, Chris, and Sam. Do you have a standard? Yes, we have a standard, which is expert. So that's how we do it, and we click OK. Let's have a look at within appraiser. Within appraiser, we talked about 4 different criterias. We saw that Janet, she repeated exactly what she said, 20 out of 20 match. Within my first reading compared with my second reading, 100% match. We saw Janet within appraiser was perfect. Chris matched 18, so he contradicted his own reading 2 times, 90%. Sam did 19 match, so he contradicted his one reading, 95. So this seems to be fine. 90 and above is good for me. This is good. Let's kind of scroll down. Each appraiser versus standard. Now, we already looked at this one. Janet matched 16. She contradicted 4 times. So 80% match. 16 by 20 gives you 80. 80% match. Chris contradicted 2 times. So 18 by 20, he's at 90%. Sam matched only 15 with the client. So we know who is the culprit here. The Janet and Sam, they need to be trained on how client sees something as pass or fail. And that's how you should be also doing this activity. So they will be coached and counseled. Chris is fine. Let's scroll down.
Just one clarification.
Yeah.
If one compared to first one and second one, it is 18. So that means which Janet has, Chris has taken it, that is not been considered in for this appraiser as a standard.
Which one? This one?
Yes.
So this was his own reading. He was compared with his own reading. First versus second. This was in this one. This is being compared. First versus second of Chris. In the second one, what is being compared? These 2 versus this.
Which one it will be taken? Chris 1 or Chris 2 will be compared?
Both. In case there is a discrepancy, it will be counted as as a disconnect. So if it's 100%, it has to be 100% match. So Chris 1, Chris 2, and expert, everything has to be in same for you to count as agreement.
Okay.
And so yeah, right question. So thanks for bringing this up. What if I have something like this? So what if I have fail, pass, and fail? So say for example, we have like this. Client says fail, Chris says fail, but in the second instance he says pass. This will be disconnect. This will not be counted as agreement. It has to be 100% match. Is it clear?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. So each appraiser versus standard. Now let's just scroll down. Keep the standard aside. How many times did we match as a group? This is one match, 100% match. Fail. Everyone said the same thing. We had only 10 instances where everyone said the same thing, 50% match. So we have a huge discrepancy in terms of understanding between the operators. So yes, and we know courtesy whom, like these 2 people who are not in sync, they are kind of creating the error. So yeah, 50% match, we failed here also. We just scroll down. We put all the operators readings and compare with the expert. Again, only 10 times we matched as a team with the expert, 50%. So all the 4 criterias we have to match. Unless we match all the 4 criterias, we will say that we didn't match. Like we have to kind of submit the report that yes, we did not pass, and we have to kind of train the people and again redo this AAA to convince the management yes that we have completed this activity and we are in sync with with the group within ourselves and with the client also, with the standard also. These are the 4 different criteria on which we assess. And so you can, as an organization, like somebody can step in and sort of give some leverage. Yes, there are companies who sort of give leverage up to say 80% also, but yes, industry wise standard is 90%. As a management, like somebody might want to probably give leverage to the people, well, that's fine, but standard is this. That's what we go for. I hope we are good with this AAA, everyone.
Yes.
Okay, so given once we are able to submit the evidences of MSA, keep this in mind, MSA, before we kind of move on to the next topic, one condition where measurement system analysis is not applicable. MSA is not applicable when data is coming from automated systems like Cisco, Avaya, and all that. So those automated systems where human intervention is not there, MSA is not applicable. That's the only condition. Else you have to always complete this activity before you move ahead with the data collection process. Now, because you've completed this activity, the management knows that yes, you validated the process of data collection, the people, the equipment, if whatever is being used, I can rely on the data. So you are set to collect the data. You create a data collection plan. You've already done that practically, and you collect the data according to the plan. Now, what is the plan here? Who will collect the data? Let's have a look at a sample data collection plan. That's how it will look like. Let's have a look at this. Yeah. So what is the Y? What is which X? Uh, is it a continuous data, discrete? You can create like this is on your own. What is the operational definition? Basically, what do you mean by it? So people may not understand what is waiting time, because waiting time could be a lot of waiting time. I sort of explain what kind of data are we going to collect, how many decimal places, what format do you need it, how many samples, the rational subgrouping, how many samples you're going to collect, who is going to collect, who will be the backup person. Bottom line, you will sort of create a small sample sheet for yourself. Like, so what will be a part of data collection plan? Who will collect the data? Who will be the backup? At what frequency you need to collect the sampling process, basically sampling process. How many samples as per whatever we have decided, how many samples, format of the sample. Like for example, I'm collecting time related data. Do you need 12 minutes or you need 12 multiplied by 16, like 60? You need it in seconds. You do need 720 seconds. Do what format do you need it? Or you, bottom line, different people will share data differently. So you need to understand, say for example, there is a date related data. Well, you need to clarify the format. Is it date? If it's date related, is it going to be DD, MM, YY? So because different people will give you data differently, or is it MM, DD, YY? Because you will mean something and I will mean something. This is two different things. Because somebody's system is configured as DDMMYY, somebody's system is configured as MMDDYY. Different people will share different data differently. They mean something, but they will end up sharing something else. So you need to make sure that everyone is clear how you need a particular data in that spreadsheet, how the data needs to be shared with you. Like what should be the data container? Like when you say data container, let's are you doing data container will be like, do you need it in Excel, you need it in Notepad, or you need some other format, comma delimited file? What should be the source in which the data needs to be recorded? Bottom line, what you need to end up doing is you need to have a small sample sheet filled up like this. Create a small dummy sheet, just a dummy sheet, and say this is how I need the data to be collected. Explain it to your team like this is what my data should look like. A small sample, this is not the real one. You know how the data needs to be collected, so your team is clear, but you don't tell them that this is how I need the data. Don't write 19 minutes here. No, I know it's minutes. I already mentioned in the top, it's minutes. Because you write minutes, then I will not be able to do any kind of mathematical calculation here. So just give me values. Don't give me 19.01 minutes. No, don't give me that. I need only 0 places of decimal. So it should be clearly explained how you need the data. Well, there are different ticket handlers. Well, I can write the name as this. I can write the name as this. I can write the name as this. It may become different when I'm looking at different data, like may become different. I don't want you, I can't sit and clean the data when you can, different people will share data differently. Well, CSAT score, customer satisfaction score. Technically, what I mean is 84.13%. I don't need data like this. I just need absolute values. So you need to make sure that you explain how you need the data so that everyone is clear about it. For such things, you may create data validation filters so that people cannot mess around with the data, because trust different people share data differently, and that can become a real big pain when you have to sit down and clean data like this, convert this into this kind of data, because you know why you need the data, how you need the data. Practically, you need to. It's a good practice to fill in a small some sample file, explain them, and get a sample file filled up by them, so that you have a confidence that yes, they have understood it correctly, how the data needs to be shared with you. And simple, like it's a basic process, because different people, you set down, say this data needs to be collected by two different people, this data needs to be collected by someone else, different people will come back and share data differently. I don't want that to happen. I need consistency, because I cannot spend time cleaning up this data. Is this clear? The data collection plan, it's a simple thing, but yes, very important, 5 minutes job, but very important. Otherwise, after doing all that hard work, you might end up messing up everything.
Yeah, it's cool.
Okay. All right. So, well, having said that, we've kind of completed the measure phase, because at this end of this stage, we will complete the measure data collection process. We collect the data, and we will be ready for the analyze phase. Now, would you guys be okay with a quick 10 minutes break? Because we'll get into the sigma level calculation, sort of another hour we have got. Is everyone okay with 10 minutes break before we get started
Yes.
with? Okay.
Yeah,
Yes,
definitely. Yeah.
absolutely.
Perfect. So like whatever time zone we are in, again, let's be back in 10 minutes then.
Okay, for 11.
Yeah, sure. I hope we're back from the break.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
perfect, perfect. All right. Uh, so at the end of measure phase, we have the data ready, and we would like to, first of all, the two activities which we do in analyze phase. First, we would like to calculate the process capability. What is the sigma level? Because in future, when we improve the process, the problem, we would have a new improved process. We would like to have a new sigma level. We have to showcase before and after study to the management that this is where we were and this is where we have reached now after the improvement. So we need to calculate the current sigma level right now, and after improve phase, when we have improved the process, we'll calculate the sigma level once again to showcase a change in the process capability. So there are different ways how we calculate sigma level. We learn about all those methods, but before we get down to those methods, we need to understand about this something called normal distribution, because everything revolves around this normal distribution. Before we get into the sigma level, let's understand what is this normal distribution. We talked about Anderson-Darling normality test, which will help us understand whether data is normal or data is non-normal. But what is this normal, so as to say? So there is a rule or a law which is known as empirical law. Empirical law explains how normal data would look like. A perfect normal distribution would follow these properties or features. If you plot the data graphically, it will form a bell-shaped unimodal curve. It will form a bell-shaped unimodal curve like this. It will form a bell-shaped unimodal. Unimodal, that means one peak only, not like a camel hump, just a single peak and a bell-shaped curve. That's the first feature of a perfect normal distribution. Second, peak of the bell will fall on the mean and divide the data into two symmetrical half, not equal, symmetrical half, replica, mirror image. Like whatever you have on the right side, same you have on the left side. Assume this to be a piece of paper and you fold it from the center. It will just overlap perfectly the way you have on the left, same you have on the right. Mirror image, replica. Third feature, curvatures never touch x-axis. So these are the curvatures. They are not never going to touch this x-axis. This will run till infinity, and this will run till infinity, very, very close to this x-axis, but they will never touch this x-axis. And keep this in mind, again, from recruitment job perspective, people might ask you this question, why the curvatures don't touch the x-axis, and we should know fundamentally. People might give you a pen and paper to draw a normal distribution and explain, and they would like you to make that mistake. uh, See, the recruiter's job is to find technical issues with what you say. So if I draw a normal distribution like this, and I draw a line which is this, oh, oops, well, sort of thing. This is a wrong normal distribution that I'm trying to make. Why? Because this data is being created out of a sample data. The moment I touch these lines from this side, that means I'm talking about 100% data. 100% data is covered within this. So whatever the process data we're talking about, everything in that process is contained within this bar, or whatever this loop. It is complete. We are always dealing with sample data. You can never ever have 100% data. 100% data means everything that has happened in that process till date and what's going to happen going forward also. Practically you can't have 100% data. Hence, because you're dealing with sample, you can never ever predict 100% of your process. You may be having 99.9999 whatever percent right, but you can never ever have 100% data. So you can never close this loop. The moment you close it, that means 100% data is within that curve, which is not going to be the case. Never close this. It will run very like parallel till infinity, or that's for uncertainty, because we never have 100% population data. Population data can never be achieved here. So it will run till infinity on both the sides. We'll never touch it. Keep this in mind, basic fundamental of normal distribution. And finally, the reason why we study normal distribution is because of the fourth reason, data distribution. How the data gets distributed in a normal curve. From the mean, plus minus one standard deviation, you will have 68.2% of your process data. We'll kind of learn about this, but for now, just kind of making some notes and we'll look into it. We'll understand, validate why I'm saying so. Between plus and minus 2 standard deviation from the mean, you will have 95.4% of your process data. Between plus and minus 3 standard deviation, that's where your normal distribution ends. Oh, my bad. Deviation, I have kind of standard deviation, and plus minus 1 standard deviation. You will have 99.7% of your data will lie between plus minus 3. Now, what does it mean? Like, let's kind of understand it in a basic layman language. What does it mean? Now, I'm sure like we all must have heard about this Domino's pizza claim they have, that they will deliver the pizza within 30 minutes. If you don't, they don't deliver pizza within 30 minutes, it's going to be free. So this is there in various countries. They have launched this. But what is the reason why 30 minutes? It's why not 25 minutes? Why not 35 minutes? Why 30 minutes? Why? Because they had huge data for like their ordered pizza delivery timing, when the pizza was ordered, when the pizza was delivered. So there are huge data with them, uh, various stores across like whatever location they were trying to assess. And say just an example so that we can understand these distributions. Say randomly I'm creating some numbers just to explain this plus minus thing. Say different pizza delivering timing for different orders they had. And can I, with this data, can I calculate the average pizza delivery timing? Yes, average pizza delivery timing I can get, and I can get the standard deviation of the pizza delivery timing. So average, they had the data, they could do this they could do this basic maths of finding the average here using the formula or whatever method. Average, yes. Standard deviation, STDEV. So I could find it out. Similarly, when they did their maths, pretty much, I'm just trying to go back to this. When they did their maths, what they found, and this is what I don't have a white paper, but since the time they have launched this, this has been discussed. 18 minutes was their average pizza delivery timing. And from the same data, they found that their standard deviation is 2 minutes for the pizza delivery timing data. Now, if I want to make a normal distribution out of it to understand this, what it means that say 18 minutes is my average pizza delivery timing. This is my average or mean pizza delivery timing. What it says that from the mean, plus minus one standard deviation will contain 68.2% data. What will be the value of one standard deviation? Anyone wants to pitch in? Value of one standard deviation and value of minus one standard deviation? Anyone? What will be the value of one standard deviation and minus one? If their average is 18 and standard deviation is 2 minutes, what will be the values here? 1 and minus 1 standard deviation.
19 minutes and 20 minutes.
No. Value of one standard deviation is how much?
2 minutes.
2 minutes, yes. So 18 plus 2 minutes will
18
be,
plus 2.
yeah,
Okay.
that will be 20 minutes. And this will be 18 minus 2 minutes, which will be 16 minutes.
16 minutes.
Perfect. Now, what normal distribution tells you that between plus and minus one standard deviation, 68.2% data will lie. So what it means that 68.2% of the pizza delivery is completed within 16 minutes and 20 minutes. On an average, they take 18 minutes, but 68.2% of the orders are completed between 16 minutes and 20 minutes. Let's add one more standard deviation here, second standard deviation, and subtract another standard deviation here, minus 2 standard deviation. So this becomes 14 minutes.
14.
And this becomes
And
22 minutes.
yes.
Yeah. So what it says that between plus and minus 2 standard deviation, they're 95.4.
95.4.
Yes, 95.4% pizzas will be delivered between this time limit. Well, let's add the final standard deviation, which is third standard deviation, and finally the minus 3 standard deviation also.
1224.
Yes. So this will be 12 minutes and 24 minutes. 99.7% pizzas are delivered between 12 minutes and 24 minutes, which is a great piece of information to know. If you want to predict your process, you want to do some analysis about the process, this is a great piece of information which you know about your process. Data, this is real data, organization data, historic data, and you are trying to make use of it to take some strategic decision, which they did. And let's understand, they further added more standard deviations to this. So fourth standard deviation, so fifth standard deviation,
10 to 26 minutes.
yes, absolutely, and sixth standard deviation. So let's add, this becomes 26 minutes, 28 minutes, and then they say 30 minutes. Beyond this, you have a lucky day when you get a free pizza. So if they cross this 30 minutes criteria, that's when you will get free pizza. Well, thanks. Okay, I will be thankful for that. But technically, they know I am done with 99.7% orders by 24 minutes. What is my risk? My risk is just 0.3% orders. That's it. Risk is 0.3% orders, which might go beyond 24 minutes, assuming there is nothing which is completed before 12 minutes, assuming that no pizza was delivered before 12 minutes. So all this risk of 0.3 will happen after 24 minutes, which is where I have a concern, like, because I will end up giving free pizza to cover the risk of 0.3% pizzas. They have 3 more standard deviation as cushion, as a cover. Well, only if it crosses this limit, that's when you get free pizza. Now, this brings us to the first definition of sigma level calculation. You use Minitab or any other statistical software formulas. This is how sigma level gets calculated. You may use anything. Logic behind sigma level is find the average of the process. Where is the average of the process? And find the target. That's target. The number of standard deviations you can fit between average and the target is your sigma level. Let's see. 1 standard deviation, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. They are operating at 6 sigma level. What happens at 6 sigma level? How many defects do you make at 6 sigma level? How many defects do we have at 6 sigma level?
3.4.
Absolutely, 3.4 defects per million opportunity.
Opportunities.
1 million pizza, they will deliver 3.4 pizzas, sort of thing, will be later. So they know there is a risk. Yes, even after this question, there will be some pizzas which will be delivered beyond 30 minutes. Yes, and they know how much. Practically, this is not even a Google running a Google AdWords campaign. Like this is nothing. But with this strategy, they kind of minted. People always sort of had this thing in their mind, someday would be my lucky day and I will get lucky. But practically they know the implications of running out this free campaign. They know how much. Practically, this is the level of number of errors which can happen. They understood the process and they made a meaningful business strategy out of it. Now, having said that, these are smart. They are smart people. So this is true for normal distribution. What if, and that's why they are condition supply. Condition supply here, this is not applicable on bulk orders. So the moment you have more than 4 pizza, this is not applicable. Certain areas are excluded when they know for sure there will be excess traffic conditions, where practically they have excluded those areas. Congested areas, they've excluded. It doesn't apply on those areas. National festivals, you don't, because everyone is sitting at home ordering pizzas, they don't give you this option. So it is under normal circumstances, this is what it will always hold true. Now, anything which can make it non-normal, they have kind of excluded that. So that's how the normal distribution technically works. But now I don't want you to just mug up these values 68.2, 95.4, 99.7. How do we can calculate, and we will calculate these values. So we know how these values gets calculated. What is the rationale behind this? We will understand that. But keep this in mind. The distribution is this is how we look at. Now let's understand through a practical like a problem where we will look at calculation of yield using the same logic. So we will get into the process capability calculation. But is this clear to everyone, like what we just discussed about normal distribution?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Now, first thing first, we'll look into the yield calculation. So all this we have here as these are the metrics for process capability. How do you calculate capability of a process? So process capability can be checked, sigma level can be checked using these different methods. These are all in percentages. You express all these process level performance in percentages because not everyone understands language of sigma level. You can't go and tell everyone, well, my process is working at 4.15 sigma or my process is working at 3.23 sigma. It doesn't make sense. But if you tell them this is my process quality percentage, yes, they will understand. So yes, when you're dealing with an audience who does not understand language of sigma level, you have to explain them in percentages. And these are different ways how you calculate sigma process capability in percentages. So you have also candidates who understand sigma level. We have a different method for them. Let's first look into the yield. How do we check the yield of the process? Yield is nothing other than the quality percentage. How do you calculate quality percentage of a process? Uh, Now, let's take a simple example. So that how we know how to calculate the yield of a process. Uh, Say there's a client which has given me an order, and I've received an order for making whiteboard marker. That's what I need to manufacture. The length of the marker has been specified that I need to manufacture markers which are 5 inches long. That's a target. Now I understand the requirement and I start manufacturing the markers. Well, while my client is always aware that there's no machine in the world which can give you exactly 5 inches long marker. So they always give you something called tolerance. Tolerance is given by the client. So you don't decide it, given by the client. You don't decide it. So client says what is acceptable to them. So in this case, these are terms called LSL and USL, which is what we will look into. Lower specification limit and upper specification limit. These are the limits of your tolerance, plus and minus. What they have specified in this case is 4.5 inches and 5.5 inches. Let's understand what does it mean. The client, when they gave the order, they have specified that I need markers which are 5 inches long, but I understand there will be some markers which will be more or less. So keep this in mind. 5 inches is what you need to manufacture, but some sort of plus minus is okay. This is my definition of okay. 5.5 inches. That's what it's okay with me. Now, even if your marker is less than 5 inches, like 4.9, 4.8, 4.7, till 4.5, I'll still say it's okay with me. It's going to be a little short, but I will still manage. Anything less than 4.5, sorry, that's too small. I will not be able to. I will say it's a defective product. It's a bad. I will penalize you for that. Similarly, if it's more than 5 inches, up to 5.5, I'll say it's still okay with me. More than this will be too big. Well, I'll say it's bad for me. Keep this in mind, but you got to keep me working on 5 inches. But till the time you're between 4.5 and 5.5, it's okay. Good quality. I will accept that. That's what my client wants. That this is the expectation from the client. Well, we understand these expectations. I set out my process, my people to start working on this requirement. The order has come in. We need to manufacture. Now, say I have manufactured 100 markers so far. And I don't want to be in a situation where I have manufactured everything and I realize I'm not meeting the requirement of the client. So I would like to be judgmental, like I would like to be smart enough here. So I will have 100 markers. I will take down their length of the markers, all 100 markers. I have length of all those 100 markers, and I find the average length for the production that I have done. This is how I'm actually performing. This is what the client is looking for. And this is how I have performed so far. My average length of the 100 markers is 5.1 inches, And from the same data, I am getting the standard deviation of 0.2 inches. This is how I am performing against the requirement. I want to check, am I complying with the requirements of the client? Is it okay, or should I need to correct my process? Now, how do I know the quality percentage of my process of manufacturing these markers? So yield is going to be calculated. Yield, we know it's a quality percentage, is 1 minus the total defect. Now, what does it mean? If you remove, 1 is the total production. If I remove all the defects from the process, I'll be left with only the quality, which is yield of the process. Now, let's have a look at the image. That's the same image. Now, what we do is we plot these values here. So we get this, let me take the cursor here. Okay, 5.1 is my average, 0.2 is my standard deviation. So one standard deviation added 0.2, another standard deviation added 0.2, added another 0.2. So plus 1, plus 2, plus 3, minus 1, minus 2, minus 3. My 99.7% of my process is between 4.5 and 5.7 inches. That's how I am performing. Going by the normal distribution, this is how it looks like. Let's kind of get back to this. So 5 point, let me just get these lines from here. Okay, plus minus 3 standard deviation is what I want. Let's kind of get this here and try to understand how do we get the normal distribution here. So all I'm doing is 5.1 inches here. This will be adding 0.2 will make it 5.3. This will become 5.5, and this will become 5.7. Subtracting 0.2 will become 4.9, 4.9